This one. All right, so good morning, everyone. For those that arrived a bit in advance, I hope you had the chance to enjoy the breakfast downstairs. But as it's already 9 a.m., I think it's the time to kickstart our event. So first of all, welcome everyone to the Smart Readiness Indicator joint event and the SRI-ENACT project final conference. My name is Laura Junasova. I'm a senior project officer at Your Hidden Power and also a dissemination and communication leader of the SRI-ENACT project. So first of all, thank you very much for attending this event, either in person here in Brussels or also online. We actually have more than 160 participants that are joining this event online. Therefore, I would just like to make a very quick comment to our online participants. If you have any questions during the event, don't hesitate to use the Q&A box, and we will try to address your questions during the event if the time allows us to do so. Otherwise, don't worry, we will follow up with a written answer after the end of the event. So we have a very packed, but I believe interesting agenda that we prepared for you for today. Therefore, I would just like to very briefly walk you through what to expect from today. So after the welcome, we will have two sessions that are organized by the SRI platform, because the whole morning will be dedicated to the 6th plenary meeting of the SRI platform. And after the coffee break, we will continue with two more sessions, one on communicating and training on the SRI, and the fourth one is called devising a strategy and roadmap for the SRI implementation. And after the closing words, I would kindly ask you to move upstairs to the rooftop terrace, as the lunch will be served there. And during the lunch break, we will also hear very short pitch presentations of our sister projects. With this regard, I would just like to remind you that the rooftop terrace is actually accessible for you throughout the whole day, as there is an exhibition area of these sister projects. So don't hesitate to go there if you feel like doing so, and talk to the partners from these projects to learn about their work. And after the lunch break, we will continue with the second part of this event, which is dedicated to the SRI-ENACT project. As many of you probably know, this is the last month of the SRI-ENACT project. Therefore, we have many results and achievements, and we are very excited to share them with you today. And after the coffee break, we are very happy to welcome here 8 SRI auditors that were trained within the SRI-ENACT project. They assessed buildings in their respective countries, and they are here today with us to present the results of these assessments in their countries. And last but not least, we will have some closing words from Ulrike, who is our project officer for the SRI-ENACT project. Yes, so that's everything from my side. I believe that it's a very interesting agenda, so I hope you will stay with us till the end of the day, if it's possible for you, of course. And I really hope you will enjoy the event. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor already to Sophie. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Laura, and thanks for hosting us with this meeting, this plenary meeting of the SRI platforms, number 6. And today it is a co-organized ENACT project. So I'm Sophie Dourlans-Caranta. I'm part of the SRI support team who is working for the European Commission on behalf of the European Commission, DG Energy, and we have also Sinea here today. The contract is coordinated by Vito. We have also colleagues from Wade that are connected online. So as Laura said, we are quite a lot, maybe something like 80 in the room, more than 150 or 60 online. The meeting is recorded. And the recording will be published on the SRI website. As you may know, for all of you who are already participating in the SRI platform, this platform is an EU-level forum meant to work on the SRI, discuss the future implementation of the SRI and prepare for it. The platform is organized with 3 working groups. Working group 1 for the member states, working group 2 for the LIFE projects working on the SRI, and working group 3 for the stakeholders from the building sector, research and industry. And we are also working with vertical task forces on monitoring, on calculation, on communication and training, and on strategy and roadmap. And it is with these task forces that today's agenda, or at least this morning agenda, has been structured. So we will have one session corresponding to each of the task forces. So one will be on monitoring the rollout of the SRI, and we will have testimonies from 3 member states currently testing the SRI. We will have also an update on industry-led activities. Then we will have a session on calculating the SRI. And for this, we will have an interactive exchange. And I hope that it will be lively and that you won't be shy. Then a coffee break. Then we will have a session on communication and training on the SRI with another interactive exchange. And finally, a longer session on devising a strategy and roadmap for SRI implementation with several speakers addressing different topics and also some interactive exchanges. So this is for the agenda. And now I'm pleased to give the floor to Niels Ladefoged, who is going to update us with the latest policy developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Niels Ladefoged. I'm Deputy Head of Unit in the unit in charge of buildings and products in DG Energy. And before you delve into the nitty-gritty of the SRI, I'd like to just share a kind of political helicopter perspective on why it's very important and why we're very grateful you're here today. Yesterday, the Commission adopted a roadmap for phasing out fossil energy from Europe that by the end of 2027 will end the transition away from our large dependence on Russian energy. This is no small feat. It's quite a dramatic change that we've gone through since the invasion of Ukraine. And the Commission and the EU has decided to double down and not only, let's say, count on replacing Russian fossil fuels with other fossil fuels, but also doubling down on the green transition and accelerate the transition towards renewable forms of energy, such as wind and solar. This is a very large-scale challenge for the continent. We are well underway. Solar energy was made records again last year globally and in Europe. And we know that this transformation in Europe will require change in the way we manage our energy systems. And we know in particular that for the electricity grid, this needs to be managed in different ways. We are all aware of the blackout in the Iberian Peninsula last week. We are still, people are still experts, are still analyzing the causes. I won't speculate on that. But what we do know from experts is that in this new system we're working towards, we will need to have a demand side that's more aware of the system, and we will have distributed energy resources that are more aware of the system needs and can contribute to that. And this is, of course, where the SRI fits in perfectly and will have increased value in the future. Buildings that are aware of the environment they live in. Secondly, I would say, and there's a legal context. As part of the Fit for 55 package adopted in the last mandate, a new version of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive was adopted. The SRI was established in that directive in 2018, but last year, Europe adopted a new version of the directive, which confirmed the SRI and actually adopted some further perspectives on it. The EPBD also integrated new provisions such as indoor environmental quality, which is also an area where smartness of buildings has an important role to play, making sure that our buildings are comfortable and healthy and pleasant to be in for our kids in schools, for our homes, for our workers in offices, and so on. And we have a lot of industrial capacity in Europe, a lot of advanced technology, but we need to keep investing to have that technological edge. Europe is in a competitiveness crisis. We need to press ourselves to develop technologies that are also worth something outside Europe tomorrow, and that can improve the productivity of our workers, the learning speed of our pupils, and the comfort at home. And I think the SRI can deliver on all these aspects. In the new EPBD, the Commission has been tasked to report by June next year on the test phase, the national test phases that was kicked off after the 2018 revision of the EPBD. And this is where, of course, meetings today comes in and is very important. We also have a mandate to make the SRI obligatory for large non-residential buildings through another secondary legal act by 27. So, but of course, taking into account the results of the test phase and the report we are submitting next year. So, what you're discussing today, the experiences you'll be exchanging, and what you will also be doing until June next year is incredibly important. I think it's really appreciated that you spend your time here today and at home testing. And I will end my introduction by really asking you one thing, which is to please share the results of the test phases. It's incredibly important that we actually learn from these tests. It's important that we learn both good and bad outcomes, or both problems and challenges, but also opportunities and aha moments. So please share that with us. The more you share with the results, the better, the more interesting and relevant the report in June next year, and the better we can take decisions on the next steps on this SRI. So with that remark, thank you once again for being in Brussels or online to discuss this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this introduction and this and putting everything into the context. And now I'm giving the floor to Pierre-Antoine Vernon from CINEA.
Thank you. So, So I only have a few slides. Thank you for participating in this new SRI joint event. I will so the actual outcomes of the projects will be presented later today, but I would like to give you here a helicopter view of how the program has been supporting SRI related projects. So, as you may know, we had two rounds of calls on SRI-related projects, one in 2021, well, the call 2021, which allowed us to select the 4 projects on the top, Smart Square, Easy SRI, SRI to Market, and SRI-ENACT. And we had another call on this time on EPC SRI coordination, which was under the call 2022 and resulted in the selection of IEPB, Smarter EPC, and Tunes. All that represents more or less 14 million euros. Time-wise, we are now approaching an interesting moment because, as you know, today we'll feature the final event of SRI-ENACT, which is the first of the batch to finish. And in autumn, we will see the end of 4 projects. So the Tunes will end, the first of the 2022 batch, and also the 3 projects, the 3 last projects of the call 2021 on the SRI. So the ambition here should be for us to, put their outcomes in the spotlight as much as possible in our autumn SRI event, and transition then to discussions in the cluster that is PC SRI, also analyzing what is the outcome of this first batch of projects. So yeah, ideally this autumn event could touch upon let's say the main axis of work of the respective projects. So here I've indicated the ones that could be put in the spotlight for what they have done. SRI to Market and Tunes for their work on the implementation in member states and changing the framework as a whole. The integration of tools for a Smart Square and easy SRI, and also the validation of these tools through audits in buildings, and the improvement of the smart readiness assessment in terms of methodology for Smart Square and Tunes, but very happy to discuss that. The last thing I want to touch upon, but only touch upon, because my colleague Ulrike Nuschola will present it more in detail in her final comments at the end of this SRI event, is that we are continuing this year to support the projects supporting the implementation of the SRI through our call on a better renovation. So with a very long title that I did not include here, but which includes the promotion of smartness in buildings. And yeah, I will not give you much more detail on that. I will leave Ulrike to update you on this. So that's it. Thank you very much and have a nice event today.
Thank you so much. So indeed, we are already preparing for the next event that will be in September, October. Thank you. Okay, so now maybe let's deep dive into the topic. And we are starting with session 1 on monitoring the rollout of the SRI. And for this, I'm giving the floor to Katarina from Vito.
Thank you, Sophie. Good morning. My name is Kat. As Sophie said, I'm from Vito. I'm part of the SRI support team, and I will give you a very brief overview of the test phases and of the rollout on the SRI. So, as you can see, the map is getting quite colored. So we have more and more countries joining the test phases. It started all in 2021 when we had first 4 countries that joined, which were Austria, Czech Republic, Denmark, and France. Then we had Croatia and Finland in 2022, 2023, Slovenia and Spain, and 2024 was a very good year for SRI because we got how many? 6, I think. Belgium, Flemish part, Bulgaria, Cyprus, Germany, Greece, Poland, and Portugal. And we already had another country starting a test phase in 2025, which is Italy. So altogether, we have 16 countries which have been conducting the test phases, or some of them have already finished, which is really, really nice, but there is still a room for more. And now to some numbers. Over the past couple of months, I've been collecting the data from the member states test phases. So you may have seen my emails. And so the data I will present now, or the numbers I will show you, are based on the data I collected. It doesn't give a full picture because there are some test phases which in between have assessed more buildings. So this is, take it as a bottom line, like we have assessed at least this many buildings. So overall, can anyone venture a guess how many buildings we assessed at least during the test phases? Anyone would like to pull a number? Pavel, I see you smiling. Okay, anyone else? More than 300, okay. Okay, let's see. 6,000 bigger. Oh, actually, I think I updated the wrong version because I got some additional data. So this was 2 days ago. I would say more than 400, but I got some test data from the test phase from Greece, which upped it by another 130. So it comes to 577 at least, which is pretty good, I would say. There is probably more. And that comes to about 28% of residential buildings, and most of them, over 70%, were 70% 50% were non-residential buildings. Many of those test phases are conducted with the support of LIFE projects, and those are around 400 now with the data I got from Greece, and without the support of the LIFE projects is around 142. So overall, I think pretty nice numbers. If you have any questions about the test phases, or you need more information how to set up the test phase, or need a technical support, or you have any other question about the SRI, please do let us know. This is our address. And I would like to thank Niels for his remark on sending us data, because he's absolutely right. We need any kind of data and any kind of feedback. Positive and negative, both are very valuable for us, because only when we know what is working, but also it's important to know what is not working, we can move forward, so we can adjust and basically make our tools better and make sure that it serves as many people as it can, and it's easy and user-friendly and accurate. And that's about it from me. And now we will have a presentation from 3 member states. We will have Bulgaria presented by Angel, Cyprus by Nicholas, Greece by Stamatia. And then we will have a update on the industrial activities by Christoph. So I would like to give a word to Angel for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Good morning. Angel Nikolaev, Black Sea Energy Research Center. We are the Bulgarian partner in SRI-ENACT project. And I'm going to summarize the test phase in Bulgaria, which is still ongoing. We started the test phase in March last year. It is operated by 2 live projects, SRI-ENACT and Smart Square, the 2 projects running in Bulgaria. And the first phase was to test the toolkit used for the SRI assessment. Then we trained the SRI auditors who did assessments. We targeted assessments of 130 buildings of different functional types. We even exceeded this number, but please don't be scared of these high numbers. You will also hear such numbers from next presentations from Greece, for example. But you don't really need that high numbers. They don't add so much additional value. Of course, they help promote the SRI to auditors, to building owners, etc. But we had these numbers in our project, but you can start with much lower. Then we summarize the result. We're currently summarizing the results, and we're discussing them with the ministry so that they report the final decisions of the test phase to the Commission. We formed a working group. This is very important to have a common agreement of all decisions about the future of SRI in the country. With all main stakeholders, but the crucial ones are the 2 ministries important for the topic in Bulgaria. So we coordinate every step and collect feedback from them for every result. We trained the auditors. Here it's important to say that we consider SRI part of the energy performance of building assessment process, so it is integrated, will be integrated in terms of both legislation and practice to the existing energy efficiency assessments of buildings. So logically, we trained certified auditors only. 13 passed successfully the training course, and these 13 actually assessed the buildings in the country in terms of SRI. We selected method B for assessment, and to simplify the data collection, we chose only buildings with available energy performance of building certificate, because all data was actually collected within this previous audit. And as a consequence, we have buildings with quite high SRI score, because we consider that all measures prescribed by the auditors are already taken into account in the SRI audit. So in this context, it's very difficult to compare the SRI scores of the test phases of countries because the selection of buildings is quite different. Here you can see the distribution of buildings per functional type. We try to have a diverse selection of buildings so that we have representation of each type. You see we even exceeded our target of 130 by 5 buildings. The average score is 35.3, which is quite high compared to other countries, but I said this cannot be really compared. As expected, the score of non-residential buildings is higher than the one of residential ones. Some findings from our assessments. First, we observed that the building management systems are rarely part of the available in buildings, maybe because this is not yet a mandatory component of the measures prescribed in our audits. Also, it's not a standard feature of investment projects. Next observation is that the 3 domains, electrical vehicle charges, dynamic building envelope, and monitoring control systems, are also generally absent in almost all buildings. Again, the reason probably is that they're not legally binding parts of building technical systems. Then we concluded that some specific topics are necessary for the training of the SRI auditors. So these are the auditors which are already certified to make the standard assessment of buildings. So on the top, we need to train them on the detailed catalog of 54 technologies, on wireless data transfer and remote building technical systems control. We are very happy that our assessment tool was met with quite considerable acceptance by actually all SRI auditors, all 13 which used it. So we actually intend to promote it as official in the country for when SRI becomes part of the legislation. And one observation, it confirms the observation made in other countries as well, that it's not always the case that a building with high energy efficiency class has a high SRI class. And the last slide is about the next steps of SRI introduction in Bulgaria. These are the proposals of the working group. We are still coordinating these proposals with the ministry before the official notification of the commission. So they're not really final, but almost certainly will be adopted. First is that we all our working group agrees that SRI assessment need to become mandatory for new and renovated non-residential buildings with capacity above 290 kilowatts according to EPBD. But there are some discussions when, so it would depend probably on the introduction of common union scheme, which is expected in 2 years. We have no doubt about this obligation because the SRI assessment requires really minor additional effort on the top of the energy performance of building assessment. So it is not really costly. It requires quite little additional upskilling of auditors. Then we need to establish reference weights for the 9 domains. Okay, for buildings that already passed EPB assessment, it's easy because we have their consumption of 6 of the 9 domains. But for those who have no assessment, we need to establish some reference coefficients. And then the third bullet is the most important. It's introduction of a mandatory requirement for minimum SRI class for all new and fully renovated non-residential buildings, again above 290 kilowatts. Because we don't think that the SRI assessment obligation would lead to such a notable increase of smartness increase unless there is an obligation for this percentage minimum class. Then we need public funding for investments in smartness, because although usually smartness increase pays back, it is very difficult to demonstrate it to the building owners, unlike the standard EPB measures, improvement measures. Also, it is not always the financial payback. We have improvement of comfort and so on. So we need some support. We need to start with the upskilling of existing EPB auditors, as mentioned already. And finally, we identified more than 10 primary and secondary legislation acts that need to be amended in order to introduce SRI in the legislation. And this would need years of preparation, which means that we need to start the preparation of these legal acts as soon as possible and not wait until the Commission recommendation of the common scheme, because we need to be ready by then with all these decisions. Thank you. I don't know who is next.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite our next speaker, and that is Nicholas.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Nicholas Xandiu. I'm a research associate at Frederick University and the project manager at UFIAT Tech. Today, I will present the outcomes from SRI testing stage in Cyprus. The work plan outlines the key steps undertaken of the test phase. The testing phase was led by Ministry of Energy, Commerce and Industry. The technical work was carried out by 4 partners: Frederick University, UFIAT Tech, SRI-ENACT, and Energy Agency of Cyprus, all active in LIFE projects. Consultations with SRI stakeholders, preliminary adaptation of the SRI tool, definition and training of assessors were included as early tasks. The implementation period was from spring 2024 to spring 2025. This presentation focuses on the implementation of the SRI assessments, basically. Regarding the methodology used to carry out the assessments, first we collect a sample of 20 buildings covering different types, ages, and locations. Then the necessary building data for the SRI assessments were collected. We use live CT tools to carry out the assessments. And all the results were reported following the guidelines of CEN workshop 18,193/2025 for the report. Moving on, this slide presents an overview of the results from the 20 assessments. We can see that chart on the left shows that half of the buildings were rated in class G, while only a quarter of buildings rated in class E. The remaining buildings fall into classes F and D, with no achieving classes A to C. The figure on the right illustrates that energy flexibility scores remain below 13%, mainly due to the lack of grid infrastructure. A deeper look into average impact and domain scores. On the left chart, we can see that comfort, energy efficiency achieved the higher scores. However, once again, energy flexibility and storage is notably the lowest performing impact category. On the right figure, the domain scores show stronger performance in heating, cooling, and lighting. In contrast, EV charging shows a negative score due to uncontrolled charging. So this figure illustrates a detailed overview of smart services implemented in one of the assessed residential buildings. Each row corresponds to a technical domain such as heating, domestic hot water, cooling, etc., while each box represents a specific service. The colored cells indicate the level of functionality achieved from functionality level 0 to 4 using a gradient from light to dark green. This approach offers a new and visual way to present the SRI results. Similarly, in this diagram, demonstrated a detailed breakdown of smart services for a commercial building. This figure shows that commercial buildings demonstrated better performance, mainly due to the use of more advanced BMS systems. And lastly, in this figure is displayed the average smartness level of each service based on the 20 assessments conducted. Heating, cooling, and electricity domain often reach functionality level 2 and 3, featuring room level controls and energy monitoring. These services are more prevalent in newer buildings. Lighting systems show mixed results. Some newer buildings have more smart features, like automatic and presence detection, while others still rely on manual controls. Ventilation services are more advanced in commercial buildings like offices, public buildings, but older dwellings often lack any smart ventilation systems. As I mentioned before, for all 20 buildings representing the average building stock, the procedures described in the CEN workshop agreement were fully implemented. A CEN workshop agreement providing standardized procedures for on-site audits supporting the assessment of the Smart Readiness Indicator. For each building, a complete audit report was filled in following the template and structure set out in the workshop agreement. After conducting detailed assessments on 20 buildings in the Cypriot building stock, over 500 additional assessments were carried out using method A and Smart Readiness to validate the initial results. Both datasets reveals a consistent trend of low smart readiness in residential building stocks, regardless of the assessment method used. Higher scores are closely linked to the presence of BMS systems and integrated control technologies in commercial buildings. As part of the methodology, the concept of typical building in Cyprus was defined and emphasized. Visualization was developed based on the SRI assessment's results to represent a typical building. The aim of this visualization is to help the general public better understand the smart readiness characteristics of a typical buildings in Cyprus. This also helps identify areas where smart readiness can be improved. In conclusion, the distribution of SRI classes in Cyprus reveals a wide variation in smart readiness, with 50% of buildings falling into the lowest category, indicated limited adoption of smart technologies. A major finding is the consistently low performance in the third SRI pillar, pointing to a lack of infrastructure for demand response or smart grid connectivity. We also observed that commercial buildings generally score lower, while commercial buildings perform better due to the use of more advanced building management systems. Looking closer at functionality levels for each domain, heating, cooling, and electricity often reach functionality level 2 or 3, featuring room-level controls and energy monitoring. On the other hand, dynamic envelope, EV charging, and centralized monitoring are largely absent. In fact, the EV charging domain showed a negative average score. These insights help us understand where smart readiness is currently stronger and where the most urgent upgrades are needed. Thank you for your attention. Questions?
Yes.
Yep. You mentioned that you use method A. Do I understand correctly that you use method A for all of the assessments?
Yes, we use method A using the call center approach of Smart Readiness tool.
Okay.
To carry out a more data to collect a more quicker and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you.
I think my numbers need further updating, because with Cyprus, that means we have over 1,000 buildings assessed, which is pretty cool. I would like to give a word to Stamatia for the presentation of the Greek test phase.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Stamatia Rizou from Synchron Logic, and I'm coordinating the SRI-ENACT project. I will present you the current results and status of the ongoing test phase in Greece. The SRI test phase in Greece was launched by the Ministry of Environment and Energy, and it is supported by the 4 life set SRI projects, namely SRI-ENACT, Smart Square, SRI to Market, and EasySRI. The participating organization, apart from my company, is also National Technical University of Athens, Center for Research Technology, ELAS, ISEP, and IECP. These organizations, we also signed an MOU in the beginning of the test phase that helped us in order to start our collaboration. And we basically, I mean, the introduction and discussions has started before September, but we finally started to work on the test phase from last September, and will continue also this year. The scope of the pilot phase in Greece was to investigate the application of the SRI methodology, both in residential and non-residential buildings. And we utilized the tools from the different projects, and we applied method B and method A in order to collect information and analyze the practical application of the SRI in Greece. Our key achievements up to now, we had in February a workshop with all the key stakeholders from Greece, where also representatives from the ministry were there. And we presented the interim results of the national test phase that I will also present you here. We got some feedback on how we could go on. And apart from this workshop, we also provided a report, an interim report that summarizes and analyzes all the results from all the projects in Greece up to now. From the beginning, the test phase was structured in 4 main pillars. One pillar is the assessment with the method A, which is led by the Smart Square project. Up to now, there are already more than 300 assessments that have been conducted with this method. The assessments with method B that was conducted by the project SRI-ENACT, we reached more than 120 assessments, and I will explain a little bit the results. And we did have 2 additional pillars. One is about the interoperability of the tools. And we have the project EasySRI that works on an open specification about the exchange of information among the tools. And there is some ongoing work on this direction. And also SRI to Market that they did not have an actual pilot in Greece, but they are contributing and they will be working towards the end of the phase in the compilation of the best practices and the policy recommendations that we want to give a consolidated work from all of us at the end of this phase. So the results up to now, this is some of the results from the Smart Square project. This relates to the assessment with method A. Most of these assessments were conducted during the SRI days that were held by the project. More than 300 buildings were assessed with this method. And the key conclusions from this initial phase is that method A was found to be user-friendly and effective for these quick assessments. It is notable that there is a knowledge gap among the building owners regarding the benefits of the smart readiness. And they have also identified issues with data coherence, indicating need for improved integration of digital tools and data collection. This is ongoing work, and Smart Square will continue to work on that. I will say a few more words also about the assessments that were conducted with method B from our project. In our context, we have trained several individuals, and then we have proceeded with the collaboration with 13 external auditors. And we have identified more than 100 buildings in different regions in Greece. I mean, most of them, they are in Attica, but they are also in other parts of the Greece. So we did not consider only one, let's say, specific area. And we also considered different types of the assessed buildings from non-residential and residential. I have to say here that for the residential buildings, we consider that we assessed the buildings as a whole. It was not an apartment or a flat, but it was the whole residential building, namely mainly single-family houses, but also in some cases some large multi-family houses. So this is no, that does not seem very well. I'm sorry for that. So that is, I do not know. Okay, if this gets better. Yeah. Anyway, so overall, besides these percentages that are not very well shown, you see here the distribution of the SRI class in these different buildings, these 128 buildings. And as you see here, I mean, the vast majority, around 90%, is the score is below 20%. We do have some very small percentages, 7% between in class F, and some really small in other classes. So the aggregated score is quite low as an average here. And if we see that in the different types of buildings, that is still same, that we get also these very low scores. In general, again, I'm sorry that this is not very well shown here, but I have to say that this very low score, this 5%, is especially for the educational buildings. We have assessed some schools and some educational buildings that really scored really very low. Other than this, the non-residential buildings, the aggregate score was around 13. I have to say, I saw also the previous presentation. We had a similar pattern also in Greece, that we did have some relatively higher scores in heating, cooling domains, but for energy flexibility and electric vehicle, it was really low, and finally it contributed very negatively to the scores. This is a case study. Within our tool, we allow the assessors to provide some tags about the characteristics of the building and the main drivers that contributed to the assessment. Here, this case study is about a landmark building, let's say, in Greece, that hosts our parliament. And it is recently renovated. And it features some smart components, like it has an integrated PMS, and there are fan call units and so on. In that case, the score was the aggregated score was around 15%, and we did have a score in heating and cooling around 30%, but still in other cases the overscore was really low. What we did also in the context of our project is beyond the assessment. We used the decision support tool that was developed by our partner from National Technical University of Athens, and we tried to analyze potential upgrade scenarios. So if we know that we have a score of 15%, but we want to increase the score to go to 20%. So what could be potential upgrade scenarios for this building in order to achieve the score? And the tool provided us with a list of potential scenarios that were ranked also in terms of different criteria. Here you see the scenarios ranked in terms of cost effectiveness, namely they they take into consideration the total cost and the SRI gain that it is related. And you see here a potential scenario, and we see what will be the previous the current functional level and the suggested functional level after providing this smartness upgrade, and potential market solutions that could be used, and a tentative an estimated cost for this smartness upgrades. We use this in our interim report. We have analyzed 4 representative case studies for Greece, and we want to go further because we consider that this is essential. We were also asked during this policy workshop we had also with the ministry that I understand that the scores are low, but what that means and what we can do for that, and yeah, I need to close. So anyway, for EasySRI, they are working already in the so-called SRI Nexus, is a platform that is meant to be a central data hub that connects with all the tools from the life set projects. And we are working, the idea is to collect all the information from the Greek phase in this platform and provide access to the key stakeholders to this platform. I did not put here an explicit slide for the contribution of SRI to market for the policy roadmap. This is ahead, and as I said, it will the national phase will end later this year until September. That is all from my side.
Thank you so much. Maybe we can take a couple of questions very quickly. So Bonnie, I will give you the mic, but first I'm taking a question from the online audience. So there's a question about the relationship between energy performance certificate and SRI assessment in terms of auditor skills. So what's the conclusion of the member states in this regard? I think Angel already provided a remark on this, that finally it's some small upskilling that is needed. And there's also a question on, well, in the same question also, have you delivered one single EPC SRI certificate or 2 different certificates? So I suspect for all member states, the answer is no, it's still 2 different certificates. But note that some projects are working on this, and it is what we are working in the Smarter EPC project, and other projects are also working on this. Maybe Bonnie?
Thank you.
Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. I'm just curious, how were the 128 buildings assessed with method B different than the other buildings, and why did you decide to use method B on them? First of all, from the very beginning, in our project, we have this, let's say, scope that we wanted. We consider that we can take some more reliable information, let's say, if we consider the more detailed methodology B. And within the project, we trained these auditors. They were external auditors. They were not people that were directly working in the project. So we make a process to, let's say, train these auditors. And we relied, coming to your question about the training of the auditors, we relied on auditors that they did have already some experience with EPC auditing and so on. And many of these buildings, they are non-residential buildings that they have a higher surface and so on, and they are more complex, like the case study that I showed. That it is natural to go with a more with the method B rather than a simplified method A. So I would say that it was our positioning from the very beginning to look into this direction and select also the buildings with a certain complexity, I should say, in order to be more meaningful to apply the method B. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Stamatia. And now we have the last presentation from Christoph, who will give us some update on the industrial activities.
Thank you all. Hi everyone. I'm Christophe Grabiel. I'm the director of CG Talon. CG Talon, it's a real estate project management and client representative company based here in Brussels and in Geneva, in Switzerland. Today, I will just present you an update on industry-led activities, and especially an update on the monitoring group, subgroup 2, presented normally by Brad Hill, but I'm here to represent him. So we run a 30 days survey intended to capture the feedback on the experience of the SRI assessment process. And as you can see, the self-assessment people are the most have the most answer to this survey, then live projects, member state phase, and finally 8% of people who have not performed any SRI assessment. Just before continuing on the slide, so I just want to thank Brad Hill and all the people on the subgroup 2 for the works they have done on this project. I drink too much coffee. So the first question was related to the primary benefits of the SRI. So what we expected to enable for building owner and user. So the first element, as you can see, it's to reduce energy consumption. So it's to capture the actual energy consumption of the building as part of the SRI assessment. So the goal is to know the final observation for us. It's really to know how to define a standard and consistent method to ensure this quality. That's the first point. The second point, as you can see, it's to increase building user satisfaction and performance. But how can we measure the satisfaction? Can we measure the performance of a building? a lot of topics are linked to the comfort of the people, the temperature, but we can also add services to increase the building performance or the satisfaction of the user. So that was the second point. As you can see, we have also other points like to improve indoor environmental quality, the increase of building value for sure, and other points which are always linked to reduce energy consumption like energy cost, valorizing demand side flexibility, or for sure reduce carbon emissions. So during all the monitoring phase, it's really important. Our observation is really to capture these benefits, to discover whether these primary benefits are being realized. And most of the points, which I just say, it's how to measure it. The second question. So the second question is related to the adaptability of the SRI calculation framework. So what we can see as a first point, it's really to adapt the country, city building regulation. So there is a need to allow adaptability of the domains and impact weightings to accommodate the regional regulation and climate zone. The second point, and that's one point that I see also on my experience, it's really to have the possibility to for a wide range of different type of buildings, especially mixed-use building. If we take, for example, one of the buildings that I'm doing here in Brussels, we have retail on the ground floor, we have a hotel or offices on the upper floors, plus apartments. So it's really a mixed building, which is not exactly the possibility. We don't have the possibility exactly here on the SRI calculation framework. So that's one point. And the last point, it's really to add more services to the standard service catalog. We can talk about lift management, for example. We can talk about access control systems, and for example, again, cybersecurity, which is all those topics are really part of the SRI systems. So that's important to note that. And that's what we see on the survey that we have conducted. Just for the other points, next for the two next slides, there are 4 questions more based on the difficulty using the calculation workbook. So first point here, it's on building information sections. So again, we see that one of the fun that we can see here is that most of the people have no difficulties to use the SRI calculation book. That's the first point. But if we focus on the last or the other answer, the first point, we came back on what I said just before. We need to support more building types. So the comparison can be made across similar building types. And the second point is that we need to support more than 2 building zones. That's the two elements, observation that we have on this question. Regarding the calculation workbook, calculation section, again, most of the people have no difficulties to use that. But one of the points, and we see that also on the next slide, there appears to be some need for guidance on the interpretation of each functionalities, but also level, weightings, results, and benchmarking also. So we can see here, we talk about weighting section. So again, you see that it appears that we need some guidance or simplification. That's 2 points also that we have seen on this survey. But most of the people had no difficulties on this element. And finally, the results section. 11% can't understand how to interpret the different scores and how they relate to the SRI benefits. That was one of the points, and that's important that people, industry, need to have guidance on the results, on how to use the result, how are the benefits for their assets, for if we are talking about an owner. So it's really important to have guidance and to explain how to drive the results, how to use the results to increase the performance of their buildings. So that's really that's really an important point. If we can make a conclusion of this monitoring subgroup, most of the people don't have so much difficulties or problems to use the SRI calculation workbook. We absolutely need to implement methodology for the primary benefits. So we talk about this, it's satisfaction, it's energy consumption, it's the performance of the buildings. We need to add more services to be sure that the SRI is complete, such as lift management or access control. And finally, we absolutely need also to add guidance to really to drive all those people using the SRI calculation tool. That's all for me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Christoph, for a nice presentation. This was very interesting to me, and this ties up very nicely with the second session, which is about calculating the SRI. So the results were very interesting, and they were also in line with some of the work we did. So that's good to know that we are facing the same issues. I will first give you a quick overview of the calculation task force. The results Christoph has presented, they were part of the working group 3, and under there they have several I call it the shadow task forces. So that was a presentation from there. But the calculation task force I am presented actually goes across all the 3 working groups. And the aim of the task force is to improve the calculation methodology of the SRI. And we actually have members from all the 3 working groups because we want to see the issues that are faced across all the spectrum. So we are taking feedback, and we have discussion with the working group 1, which is compiled of the member states. They usually provide feedback based on their experience from the testing phases and what they thought would be necessary to actually make it easier and more comprehensive. Then we have feedback from the live project groups, which also provide information from the test phases, but also on the SRI methodology. And then we have from the working group 3, as you could see from Christoph, which is a feedback provided from people in the industry which do a lot of assessment and sometimes have quite a practical approach. So we meet every 3-4 months. We had the kickoff meeting in December. We had our first meeting in March this year, and there is a next meeting which will take place in June in about a month. We kicked off the calculation task force with a questionnaire where we were asking about the calculation methodology and about the assessment sheet. And indeed, the responses to some questions were quite similar, as in, yes, we definitely need more guidance. There definitely need to be more comprehensive explanation of the weighting factor or of the services and so on. And then the calculation sheet should be improved to be made more user-friendly. And then during the meeting, we also discussed possible improvement and changes. One of them, which came out quite often, was the zoning issue, for example, whether there should be an option for a building to be divided into zones and these zones to be assessed. And then we had a discussion based on the further improvement which came from the working group 3. They prepared a very nice document with, I think, 12 or 15 improvements they identified. So we had a discussion about that. So if you have any questions about the calculation task force, or you have any suggestions on the improvement of the methodology, or you would like to know more, or you would like to ask something, then please drop us an email. And most likely I will answer, but we will sure get back to you. And now we have some interactive exchange on the calculation tools. So if you could please scan the QR code, go on the Menti. We have a few questions and we would like to know your answers, and then we can have a small discussion.
Thank you, Kat. And for the online audience, you can click on the link that is here on the slide and that has been also copied into the chat. And now I'm just changing the computer. Stop sharing here. I'm going to share there. Okay, so hopefully you are connected to the tool. And we can launch the first question.
Thank you, Sophie. So the first question is, if you did an SRI assessment, which calculation have you used? Which calculation tool have you used? So please let's have a look for the answers. So I see the SRI-ENACT so far is winning. Might as well, since it's their event, basically. Let's see, it seems it takes a bit of time for the answers to come in, I hope. Oh.
Yeah, because I shared already some results.
Ah, okay.
Maybe
technology.
Maybe, yeah.
Ah. Seems that do I need to press something, Sophie? Ah. Okay. This looks much better, doesn't it? Yeah, I know, Bonnie. It's if there is a problem, it's usually me. I noticed. Sorry. So the results are in, and it seems that the most assessment were conducted using the SRI assessment Excel tool. And then quite a lot of answers were used from the SRI-ENACT toolkit. And then we have some for the SRI-2 market and Smart Square, and 5 other. I would be quite interested what the other ones were. So maybe we can have discussed later. And let's go to the second question. Okay, this one I'm very curious about. So in 1 or 2 words, how would you describe the SRI calculation tool you have used? And be honest, please. It's anonymous, so. Do I need to press a button? Ah, nice. Okay, that's good. Precise, straightforward. Ah, black box. Interesting. Well done. Straightforward. Clear, professional, unready. Oh, I would be interested to know about more about that. Primitive, precise, sufficient, expert terminology, not working properly, complicated abbreviations. Okay, we do really need the proper guidance, I see from the answers. Needed improvements. Okay. This is very good. Thank you. Okay, so what we see from the results. Some people think that it's user friendly, easy, but of course it needs improvements and it's complex. It's okay. That can be like, oh, it's okay. Challenging. It is right. Oh, nice. Not sure which one to use. I think that would depend on the personal preferences because the SRI Excel sheet doesn't have such a nice graphical interface. So if you go to one of the live projects tool, then you can choose the one which suits you best. We have some not working properly, primitive. I would be very interested in those answers. I wouldn't say negative, but those who think that they need improvement. But as I said, if we have time, we can have a discussion about that. Sophie, do you know if we have more responses coming, or we can go to the... Okay, then please to the next question. So what do you find the most challenging in the SRI calculation methodology? So I think you can have more than one option. So please provide only one. Okay, so you can choose only one. So please have a look whether it is a service catalog, different functionalities, weighing factors, or anything else that you think is the most challenging and pressing issue. Ooh, the functionality levels, weighing factors. Okay. Okay, so based on the results, as you can see, it seems that the functionality levels need some more comprehensive explaining or definition, and the different weighing factors, I would assume that would be on how to assign the different weighing factors and how they were determined. We have some three others. I don't see if we have any explanation. The service catalog in general, the definition of impact score. The use of SRI, only one. Nice.
Maybe for people who said others, they can explain. I mean, because there is no way to type. So maybe they can explain orally their own, or they can write a comment in their own time.
Yes. Would anyone like to explain the other if you are in the room no? Don't be shy. Do we have anyone online, Sophie?
Just checking. Oh no, there is an explanation of from a previous question. Someone was wondering which other tools were being used, and we have an answer from the Netherlands. There is no official test phase, but a web-based SRI calculation tool in English and in Dutch has been developed and is being used.
That is very good.
Yeah.
I would be keen to know more about that. So if the person who answers for the Netherlands could perhaps get in touch with the support team, and if they would like to tell us more, that would be great. And Sophie, if we can, then we can go to the next question, please. Yes. Okay, let's see. Which statement do you agree with? So,
several answers.
I think so. I think for this one, we can have several answers. So the service catalog needs more comprehensive users guide. I think this is going to be the one. The service catalog needs updating. Methods A and B should be merged into one, and it is good as it is. So let's choose. Wow. Okay. The service catalog, definitely. Improving, updating, and more guide, more comprehensive guide. Okay, thank you. So this is just, this compares what we've been discussing, I think, before, and also what Christoph says, we need a more comprehensive guidance. And of course, the services need to be updated. Thank you. And I believe this was the last question.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Sophie, do we have any time for questions?
We are a bit late, so maybe if we catch up later.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll take some more questions. And now we have a coffee break, but just 10 minutes.
Thank you.
To catch up. So let's be back to the room at 10:40. Thank you. QR code. Okay, so I have to. Okay. There will be 2 other interactive slots, so please keep it.
Still on camera, so.
Okay, good. Okay, I stop sharing here. And I go sharing there. If it works. Okay, Zoom. Where is it? Okay, it's working.
You see, communication is not so easy to be sure.
Okay, so we have just a couple of questions, okay? So in your opinion, why building owners should make their buildings smarter? So here, if I'm right, you can select several answers, I think. So to increase the intrinsic property value of the building, to increase its attractiveness and renting market value, to reduce its operating costs, to anticipate future regulations, to participate in balancing the electricity system and increase the renewable energy hosting capacity, maybe for the building owners that are very, let's say, socially responsible, or other. And in this case, please don't be shy and tell us what you have in mind. So yes, this time it's not the dots, it's a ring. Okay, a lot are to participate in balancing the electricity systems, which is very good news. To reduce operating costs, a lot also. To increase the value, yeah. And some have chosen other. So what are the other reasons? Can someone explain? Or maybe online, huh? We can also give a look to the comments that we are receiving online. Marietta, do we have some comments online on to illustrate the others? Okay. So to me, it's very surprising, super good news that the majority of participants indicate that building owners should make their buildings smarter in order to participate in the electricity system. So indeed, this is what they should do, but I don't know if they are aware of this. Huh? So we think they should do that for this reason, but yeah, okay, but interesting. So let's move to a next question. Which statement would you use to motivate building owners to conduct an SRI assessment promptly? So assessing the SRI of your building can bring a high value for a low cost, or it will help identify the areas of improvement of your building systems. It's going to be mandatory soon. It will improve your sustainability image, or it can be done together with the EPC, the Energy Performance Certificate. Okay.
It's like a horse race, you know.
Yeah.
At the carnival, you know.
So the winning horse is the number 2.
I think so.
It can help identify areas of improvement in your building systems, indeed. It is the whole purpose, actually, of the SRI is to indicate what's working well, what is smart, and what is not smart or not smart enough and could be improved, indeed. Yeah, the horse confirms, indeed. Interesting. Okay. Let's move to the next. Which communication measures could foster the SRI uptake? So here, it's a free text answer. You can give some ideas.
TikTok group. No, okay.
And communication measures can be at national level, at EU level. Clear description methodology. Okay. A mobile app. This is existing already from some projects have developed online calculation tools that have also a mobile version. Real estate advertisement, yeah. National workshops, national energy organizations, one-stop shop, yeah, sure. Interesting also maybe to connect with the one-stop shops that are developing also in the countries, and they should be made aware of the SRI because I think they are not at the moment. Incentives linked to the decarbonization, yes. Yes. Communicate why SRI is useful. So it was also a previous question. Okay, advertisement campaign, legal regulations. This is coming. Municipalities' involvement, indeed. At the moment, I think there has been little involvement of municipalities.
We try.
Yeah, but indeed, it would be a very good example to have like municipal buildings testing the SRI and maybe showing the result of the assessment. Events highlight the cost savings. So this is also what you said previously. Of course, it's important, but the SRI and smart technologies are not only about cost savings, operational savings, energy efficiency, etc. It's not only that. So, but it's also covered. So very interesting. Video testimonies from building owners, investors. Yeah, good idea. Financial incentives. The complementarity with EPC. A lot of ideas. Huh? So we are going to study this, of course, at our desk, but it's really interesting. So thank you for your suggestions. Okay, moving to the next. I'm sorry, because I see some answers still coming, but we need to move. And it's just a very simple question. So can you provide concrete examples to illustrate the added value of the SRI for building owners? So here's the meaning of the question. If you have a very concrete example in your country, in your building portfolio, and you can help us develop maybe a case studies, or why not a video testimonial, could be also something we could do. So in this case, please contact us at the email address that was shown before, so support@smartreadinessindicator.eu. So I see at least 15 people saying yes. So we should have 15 emails coming to us and saying, okay, I can provide this example of that building in my country. We conducted an SRI assessment, or we have demonstrated the value of the SRI, and we can develop a test study. Okay, so you are preparing for us the communication material that we are going to put on the SRI website, of course, because we can develop communication material like theoretical, but it's always best to have testimonies from various countries, various types of buildings, okay? So we expect to receive some news from you here in the room and also the online audience. Please contact us with to provide this information. I think it was the last question that we have. Yes, so we are now moving to the very last session of the morning. Sorry, the recording was on pause, I think. Yes, but I have just relaunched it. No? Okay, that's how it is. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for your contribution to this exchange. And now we are moving to the last session of this morning on devising a strategy and roadmap for SRI implementation. So I'm going to give the floor to my colleague from the SRI support team, Paul Wade. Paul is online. He couldn't attend today, unfortunately, but he's here with us. Paul, in principle, you should be able to take control of the screen and to move the slides. And if you can...
good morning, everybody. I'm
trying
to move the slides, but it doesn't look like it's working at the moment. So
okay, but I can do for you.
Hang on 2 secs. Have I?
No.
And now
Okay,
I can see it. Okay, now I can do it. Okay, I think yes. Here we are. Thank you. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of the strategy and roadmap activities that have got underway. The objective of the strategy and roadmap is to support the Commission services in defining their strategy and roadmap to favour the uptake of the SRI in the EU, and obviously to help improve the smart readiness of the EU building stock. Now, the work's being undertaken, it got underway at the beginning of this year by the SRI support contract team, with direct support from the SRI Platform Strategy and Roadmap Task Force, which is one of the 4 task forces established under the platform. But while these entities are working on this, I would also like to stress that really all stakeholders are welcome to engage and provide input. So if you have relevant things that you believe that we should be considering, please get in contact via the normal email link, and we'll be more than happy to engage with you. The vertical task forces, as you know, are structured to support as part of the SRI's plenary. In the case of the Strategy and Roadmap Task Force, it's Task Force 4. It has contributions from the member states, from the LIFE projects that Pierre-Antoine was mentioning earlier today, and obviously from the broader stakeholder community represented through Working Group 3 participants. But as I just mentioned, you're all welcome to contribute. The strategy aims to clarify and promote the potential and value added of smart buildings, and we've heard quite a lot about that this morning. Also to help present measures which can stimulate uptake at the member state level and address the methodological frameworks and governance, secure the engagement and support of key private stakeholders, and equally of key civil society agency and advocates. Now, what's the timeline? This is the overall timeline of the SRI, but obviously the 2024 revision of the EPPD put in place additional milestones which are coming forward with regard to the SRI. And the first of those is that the Commission will be submitting a report on the SRI to the Parliament and Council next year. And that will then be followed by new delegated and implementing acts. And so the strategy and roadmap work essentially has to be pretty much complete this year, or mostly complete this year, in order to feed into that process. And so the Commission are ready to make their submission in 2026. How is it organized within the task force? Well, we've structured it such that there are now 4 main thematic groupings. The first on the policy and legislative aspects, the second on implementation issues, the third on stakeholder needs and engagement, and the fourth on technical aspects. Now, this is not the only components which are coming in, because there'll also be additional input from the other 3 task forces on communication and training, calculation and monitoring. So collectively, we are hoping to cover all of the pertinent areas. Just to discuss what are the main things that are currently being included within these different thematic areas. So in regard to policy and legislative aspects, it's the legislative aspects in member states. We heard earlier from Bulgaria about the time they need to develop things at that level. The linkages with and leverage from other building assessment and performance schemes. Linkages with other energy performance, sustainability or health policies, measures and initiatives. And of course, very importantly, addressing single market needs across the entire EU single market. On the second area of implementation issues, it will include ensuring communication tools and supporting analytical tools are in place, ensuring assessment methods and related tools are in place, training and qualification of assessors, quality assurance of assessments, and the needs of buildings of greater than 290 kilowatts of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, which are actually explicitly mentioned in the EPPD, and addressing the related standardization needs. For the third area of the stakeholder needs and engagement, it will include measures to stimulate uptake, promoting the potential and value added of smart buildings, relationships with other smart building or digitalization initiatives, engagement and support of key private stakeholders, and support of key civil society agencies and advocates. And then the last area of the technical aspects, it will include clarifying relationships with and the leverage from demand response and flexibility initiatives. We heard that that's actually quite low ranking within the buildings that have been assessed already, which is not surprising. The linkages with vehicle fleet electrification policies, measures and initiatives, cybersecurity policies, measures and initiatives, and the equivalent for interoperability. And just before I pass it over to the next speaker, this is an indicative, it's not finalized, it's an indicative sort of step-by-step road mapping structure from legislation to implementation. One might have a pilot phase. There could be coordination with all relevant authorities, consultation and stakeholder engagement. It could be transposition, secondary legislation, technical guidelines, standardization, preparation of training materials, development of assessment tools, ensuring interlinkages with other tools, policies and initiatives, and then a monitoring system, communication campaigns and financial incentives. So one can imagine all of this will be encapsulated within the strategy and roadmap and formulate part of the actual roadmap coming out of this activity. As I mentioned, you're all very welcome to contribute, get in touch and make suggestions. But now I'm going to pass it over to our colleague Dimitris, who will present the first of the thematic areas. So I'll pass it back to you in the room.
We have the control of the screen. Ah, yes.
I will just remove the control from
Thanks a lot, Paul. It's a pity we don't have you here with us, but yes, it is always good that at least we have you online. So just to quickly follow up from exactly where Paul stopped. So I will be reflecting on the policy and legislative aspects, but in, I think that it is important to, reflect a little bit the last, it's okay, or not?
No, it's
right. It's working. Yes, thanks. So yes, it's important to reflect a little bit on the last slide, where we have tried to present the whole process, which starts with, let's say, policy and the transposition of what needs to be transposed of the EPPD related provisions in the national legislation. But in order to do so, someone has already to keep in mind the full process and how all this will be implemented. So you need first to conceptualize the full implementation and then put it back to the legislation. So the legislation, and having been involved in this type of let's say legislative proposals in when I was working back in the ministry in Greece, and we were trying to transpose, for example, the APC related aspects, we had to think all the system so that we finally have a legislation that could be implemented. So very, very quickly, and very quickly, but I'm not sure how to change the slide. Yes, sorry. Like this, maybe. Maybe it's still with Paul. Okay, yes, I can click this. So there are several decisions that policymakers have to bear in mind before actually sit down in their desks and start drafting the provisions that will be transposing the EPPD. But it's not only that, they should also keep in mind that it's not only the basic law transposing the EPPD, but it is also secondary law, maybe presidential decrees, maybe links with other policies. And the first thing to be considered, in my opinion, is it going to be as part of the EPPD or maybe something relevant? Because we've seen, for example, for e-mobility, sometimes it is not considered in exactly the same piece of legislation that has to do with energy performance of buildings. So there are many things to be considered. It's also about the scope. So we're talking about only big buildings, but what about the smalls? It's about the method. Shall we have method A for residential and method B only for non-residential and so on? It's about compliance and enforcement, very, very important, because we really need to think, okay, here it is, but how it will be implemented in practice. It's also about the monitoring system. Shall we do it together with the APC system, monitoring system or not? So many, many, many things. Tools, certifications, training, certifications, also the cost, who's going to pay, how it will be paid, who's also going to pay for the monitoring system. So all these that are actually part of the implementations have to be well designed and well interpreted into some form of legislation. In the case of SRI to market, it's not only that. We have to think that there are already schemes in place that most likely we have to consider that maybe synergies should be explored. And of course, I'm talking about the synergies with energy performance certificates. Yesterday, there was in this building another workshop with EPCs and Smart Readiness Indicator presenting EPCs and Smart Readiness Indicators tools or synergies. And actually, I was surprised to see the synergies and what can be really implemented here. And on top, we know from the EPPD that there are all these digital logbooks, building information models in some the renovation passports, but also other considerations. For example, we have been talking about certification and training of assessments. This is already happening for EPCs. And if I'm not mistaken, in Bulgaria, it was stated that you need just a little bit more effort to be from an EPC assessor to be also an SRI assessor. All these things need to be well considered together with the standardization needs, interoperability. So for the case of Smart Readiness Indicator, on top of what has to be designed alone, we also need to consider many other things. And it's not only technical things to be considered for the implementations, but it is also relevant policies to be considered. Okay, is it going to be so? Yes, I see faces laughing, but yes, it's not so simple. So, for example, shall we put it in NACPs? I don't think it is evident now. The SRI, the Smart Readiness Indicator, is not within the National Energy and Climate Plans. Do we have something to think with the upcoming definitions of ZEBs? Is it also about indoor quality? Yes, we can see the link with health comfort, but do we have to make a legal and regulatory link with all these different things? So I cannot go into details, but all these are elements that we're considering either as part of this task force or within our projects. And it is very important to take feedback from all possible ways, from member states pilot phase, because they actually have super crucial information. And by the way, are you going to share these presentations that was presented today? Perfect, because this is super important. We also have a lot of information and conclusions coming from the different projects, from assessing the pilot phase, but also from workshops and different stakeholder engagement campaigns. And for example, for the case of SRI to market, when we were first discussing about or thinking about it, we had something in mind, but now with all the discussions happening almost every day, we realize that we have to add something more and more and more. So it is important to work together, but also for this roadmap and the strategy we will be developing as in this task force, with the main objective to actually provide something to member states that they will actually use and be meaningful. And my final slide would be to always keep in mind that all this has also, it also needs to address the single market needs of the EU. We need to have common rules and make sure that smart services are classified ideally recognized in the same way across the EU single market. So it's not an easy concept, but it's not entirely, for example, national. I remember with the APC assessors, for example, there was this 1 to 3 services directive that implied that, if you are an EPC assessor in Germany, you should also be allowed to provide EPC energy performance inspections also in Greece or in another country. So all these considerations must be commonly addressed and understood, and make sure that, when we're talking about SRI, this is something that we have already agreed. So this is also something crucial to keep in mind. So yes, with this, we can, I think, move to, again, the interactive session and some questions. Thanks a lot.
Yes, so you have the QR code. It's okay, I stop sharing.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So we have an interactive session now on the policy and legislative aspects, and we have a Mentimeter question. So what is the main barrier constraining broader uptake of the SRI across member states? The choices are lack of awareness, insufficient incentives, funding resources, complexity of implementation, or other. Please explain. So if you'd like to enter your responses. We have one on incentives, lack of awareness, complexity. That's moved into first place. No, they're all equal. Insufficient incentives, funding resources. I'm not sure how many responses we've received here yet, but it looks like resources are a constraint. There is an awareness issue and complexity of implementation, and there are some others as well. Our lack of awareness is moving up. They do look quite equal, these currently, which is interesting because it's suggestive that clearly all of them are factors. Yeah, okay. Well, it looks like we've got some pretty good responses there. On the others, the please explain. Would anybody, is anybody who responded that in the room or able to just quickly give an explanation of what they're thinking? Maybe people could put it in the chat as well if they have a thought on that. Excellent. Okay, well, we've had a number of responses, and that's quite informative. So we'll move to the next question. Which ongoing EU and national level building digitalization initiative do you think could best complement the SRI rollout? So the choices are the energy performance certificates, the building automation control systems, building renovation passports, information modeling, digital building logbooks, and other. Right, the sponsors are coming in. Looks like EPCs and BACs are both quite prominent, and then slightly less so, the renovation passports and the logbooks, and behind that, BIM, with a couple of others. Again, I would invite people to, so for question 2 in this session, perhaps put in the chat what it is they're thinking of other, or you can always contact us afterwards as well. But yeah, thank you very much. This is shows the kind of prioritization that people are seeing here. Excellent. Okay, well, thank you. Well, I think we'll now move on to our next session and on sub-session, if you like. And so I'll pass the floor back to the room.
Thank you, Paul. I'm pleased to introduce Laura Stevens. Yes, this is working. You can use it. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. When it comes to implementation issues, yeah, member states are directly involved, of course. So we have to consider national conditions, and there is coordination needed also with all relevant authorities and actors. And of course, the test phases of the member states and the LIFE projects are key for implementation. So, and the aim of this Task Force 4 is to provide tailored technical guidance and implementation toolkits. It's also very important to keep the focus on the interoperability. We have to see the links with EPCs, of course, with inspections of HVAC, also with BACs. And we also have to see the interoperability with the certified experts the assessment tools and the communication tools. And also for the quality assurance of assessments and compliance, it's also very important to see the synergies between them. And also for a successful implementation, it's important to look at the financial and fiscal incentives for the building owner. I want to focus in this presentation on the implementation issues on the large buildings with HVAC of greater than 290 kilowatts. There it's also the interoperability very important, the linkage with BECS, for instance, and the energy system. This border of 290 kilowatts, it appears in several places in the EPBD. You have the BECS, the building automation and control systems, technical building systems, SRI, of course, and inspection of HVAC installations. There we have a lot of questions about that. For instance, what is the power of combined systems? Heating and cooling systems, for instance, or heating and ventilation systems. And what if we are flirting with this border of 290 kilowatts? How we deal with that? So lots of issues appear there. I choose this example because we experienced a lot of challenges when calculating the SRI of our own office building. It was a large building in Ghent. So we used the Excel assessment package to calculate the SRI. And we had a lot of questions about that. For instance, there are many different lighting regulations in the building. So when we wanted to calculate it in detail, we had to use, in fact, a multi-zone model, which we hadn't. So we had to use simplifications. So the question arises, are the tools appropriate for large buildings? Or do we really have to calculate all the details, or we just simplify the calculations? So we have a lot of questions, and also besides lighting, other questions. And it was also needed to contact our facility manager because they know very well the building. And speaking of large buildings, for the assessments, we can imagine that we have to look to standardization options, and that's the topic for the next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, moving to the next. So Pauline, Paris, and Bonnie, if you want to come already. You can use this and you have the mic.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paris Fogaidis. I'm an associate professor at Frederick University, and since 2021, we have also established a spin-off within our university, which is UFIA Tech. UFIA Tech is involved in numerous ongoing Horizon and LifeSet projects, as well as our research group at Frederick University. And today with me also here is Bonnie Brook. She's the chair of Working Group 3 of the SRI. Bonnie, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you for accepting me as your partner here in this session, but the main input is yours.
Okay. So I was not trusted, and people asked Bonnie to stand by me and make sure that I do things correct. Anyway, I'm just joking. So what we will present today is an outcome of the Smart Square project, which is actually the first standardization document on the SRI. What is this? Is a procedure that describes the on-site SRI audit, and it is addressed to SRI assessors, that is colleague engineers, who are supposed to go in a building and conduct an SRI audit. This was something that was foreseen in our project, in Smart Square project. It was described in our contract. It was a journey that lasted 12 months and that followed all required steps according to the SEN procedures. I had the honor to be the chairman of this workshop report, and I was assisted by ASRO, the Romanian standardization body. We don't have anyone in the group, but in the room from ASRO, but ASRO did a great job for that. It was a document that was based on a collaborative procedure. We included all partners of the Smart Square project in this procedure, but as well as other esteemed colleagues from the technical committees such as 247, which Bonnie is also the chairman of this committee, from Joint Working Group 14, from TC 169, and from other standardization bodies and as well as technical committees. It is a document that it is published. In all the slides, you have the QR code where you can download the document. It's freely available in the SEN webpage. And we have some plans for the future, which Bonnie will better present when I will complete with my presentation. Now, the rationale of our approach is that we recognize the fact that we have a very good standard for on-site energy audits. That is a 16247 standard, which has been widely used the past 13 years since its first release in 2012. I had the chance to be a member of the reflective committee of this standard. That was 13, 14 years ago. And I had a very good understanding of the procedures in this standard. Now, the main idea that we had in the Smart Square project was that we would take this standard and we would further develop this standard and adapt the procedures in this standard to be in compliance with the needs that we have for the Smart Readiness Indicator, and to develop a step-by-step procedure for our colleagues engineers so that they can conduct an SRI audit in a building. And this was the exercise that was actually conducted. You can see in this slide the 9 steps that we have in the EN 6247 standard for conducting an energy audit. And you can see the assessment. This is a resume of the assessment that we have conducted for the SRI. That is which steps of this audit are required and what adaptations and what changes and revisions we should do in each step so that this is in compliance with the needs that we have for the SRI audit. And actually the rationale of this report is that we start by briefly presenting the steps of an energy audit and then explaining which of the steps are required for the SRI audit and which steps are missing. So this report is actually a gap analysis between an energy audit and an SRI audit, resulting to a comprehensive proposal for an SRI audit with all required procedures and documents that can be filled in. So our outcome was a 7-step procedure, which is presented in this slide, which includes a preliminary contact, a startup meeting, the data collection, field work, analysis, final report, and the final meeting. So concerning the field work, apparently, obviously, this is related to whether we are performing a method A or a method B assessment. This was a question of Pierre-Antoine in the first part of the of this event, whether assessments were conducted with method A and method B. The standard covers mainly method B. Method B is the on-site, the walkthrough audit procedure. Method A is a more simplified method. And in the standard, we have detailed descriptions of all steps that need to be conducted. And then also concerning the data collection, we have specific provisions for each domain of the SRI, the 9 domains that we assess in order to deliver a comprehensive audit. It is important to mention that in the case of the SRI testing stage for Cyprus, the provisions of this standardized document were used, and for each building that was assessed, a report based on the provisions of this workshop report was delivered. Each report is around 200 pages, and it has all the required justification for the choices. Because something that we have already seen in the SRI is that we have those assessors that just deliver an Excel file and say, this was my assessment, take it or leave it. I just put some ticks, and I cannot control how did you choose, how was your choice justified? How did you justify that you have functionality 2, 3, or 4? Well, this standard describes the evidences that should be carried out, that should be collected in the data collection phase so that we can justify each functionality level. And at this point, I also have to praise the work carried out by EPB Center and RIVA for a vendor-neutral procedure for the SRI assessment, something that can be found under the Smart Living EPC project. Another, let's say, outcome that supports the SRI resulting from our projects. Now, in order to deliver some results, which we are also given as worked examples, because in standardized documents, it is always important to have worked examples. We have used the Smart Ready Go tool. This was the SRI assessment tool that was developed in the Smart Square project. So the first QR code refers to this tool. So those of you that you would like to have access to the tool, which is an open access tool, you can scan the first QR code. And it is also important to emphasize the fact that the procedures described in the standard are also embedded within the RIVA's virtual training center for the SRI. This is the second QR code. Unfortunately, you don't read the description because we have the team's, let's say, description here, but this QR code is for the RIVA's virtual training center for the SRI, which you can also visit and take more information. Just to conclude and to give the floor to Bonnie, this is actually this workshop report, the CEN CWA 1893 of 2025, is the first standardization work related to the SRI. If we take the previous example of the EPC, we have a lot of steps to make in the standardization world and for standards related to the SRI. But I'm sure that Bonnie will give much more details on that because there are technical committees which are already interested in delivering some standards. And actually, we aspire that this work will be adopted by a technical committee towards becoming a standard. And this is something that already has been initiated by TC247. And of course, we are very proud as researchers that we can justify that we don't do research for the sake of research or just to publish some good papers in some good journals with high impact factor, but that we deliver work that is useful for the community, for the society, and we are supporting the penetration and the establishment of the SRI in the construction industry. So this was my presentation. Bonnie, please.
Thank you, Paris.
Just wanted to mention the QR code. This one doesn't work. It says it has been deactivated. This one. So if you could maybe then later on activate it, or we can use it.
Okay. I'll make sure to check why it's not working, but okay.
Okay, so I know I have only 2 minutes, and actually I'm here in my capacity as the chair of CEN TC247, which was mentioned a few times. It is the Building Automation and Technical Building Management Committee in CEN. So the SRI is very, very relevant, of course. And we are developing other standards that support the implementation of the EPBD when it comes to the field and the scope of this technical committee. So we are going to take over the report. Basically, Paris is in our technical committee as well. So he will also be collaborating there. I think it is important to have standardization in an initiative that actually supports a single market in Europe and a common European methodology. So I heard today a few times standardization needs from many stakeholders, actually, including the authorities, the member states. So that's why we are willing to work on it collaboratively. This effort within your project, Paris, was a really, really good example set by Paris. Well, he was the driving force. And all the technical committees that were affected were invited to collaborate. And during this collaboration of 1 year, we realized that really the home for this document to become a European standard or guideline is the Building Automation and Technical Building Management Committee. And we anyhow work together among this 371, for example. Jaap Hogeling was here yesterday when we spoke about the EPCs, who is actually leading the umbrella of all the energy performance of buildings. And by the way, building automation is also there. So building automation should be one of the systems that is assessed when you issue the EPC certificate, for example. But EPC and SRI, I understand they're going to go closer and closer, and I think I'm at the end of my 2 minutes, probably more than 2. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward.
There is a question, actually.
Oh, yes,
the
yes.
online audience, and but maybe you already kind of answered. Someone is saying that in the National Standard Committee some time ago, we voted in favor of a European standard, EN, for the SRI indicator. Do you have any news on this? But I think it is also what you are referring.
So there is another work item in the TC247, which is on the training guidelines for SRI assessors on BACS skills. So building automation control system skills. So that would be another piece of useful guidelines that would come. It will be a technical report, or at least that is what we're working on at the moment. It is very likely that we would combine what is coming through the process, or at least refer each other. So no confusion here. We do have 2 work items. And maybe just to mention one more, which is very obvious to people that know, is the EN 52120, which is actually the basis for the service catalog. And we intend to keep the effort there and align with what improvements are necessary to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's go to the last presentation of this session. Yes,
it's me.
Apostolis, the floor is yours, and there will be another interactive exchange. Can you see?
Okay, I hope you can hear me. To begin with, I'm Apostolis Arsenopoulos. I'm a research associate, senior research associate at the National Technical University of Athens, more specifically the Decision Support Systems Laboratory. I'm here to tell you a few things about the stakeholder engagement aspects revolving around the SRI implementation. So to begin with, we need measures to stimulate uptake by member states. So drawing from our experience also in the SRI-ENACT project, we have been asked several times about what this SRI concept is, how it can be implemented, what are the benefits that will be accrued for everyone involved, and so on. So we need to launch campaigns showcasing the SRI benefits, of course, and the wider implications. It's not only about the economical aspect or focusing on specific issues, but we need to have an all-inclusive answer for them. I also saw a relative question before about the awareness and the incentives, which have pretty much to do with this concept as well. So we need also to have a technical guidance. It's not so much about the stakeholder engagement, but it has to do with everyone understanding what we mean by smart ready services, smart readiness indicator, what's in it for them if they go ahead and make an SRI assessment. So we need technical guidance. We need everyone to understand what we're doing and how we're doing it. And then we will be all on the same page and we'll be able to work smoothly. We need to incentivize early adoption through pilot funding. We need these incentives, as also mentioned before. There are different EU-funded projects. Of course, one of them was ours, sister projects. We need to continue having these centrally delegated funds to the SRI-related researchers to make sure that the research about SRI continues. We need to channel part of funds, of other funds, except for the research-oriented ones, to SRI. The mostly related one is the energy savings oriented funds, at least so far. We need to have the national governments with us. We've been talking about official SRI test phases. We're talking about decisions that should be made, and none of these decisions can be made if we don't have the national authorities and regulatory bodies with us. So we need them to be on our side. Then we need to promote the value added and the potential of smart buildings. The main question, as I mentioned before, is what will be the main benefit if I make an SRI assessment? So we need to be able to provide a concrete answer to everyone involved. And this can be done by showcasing exemplary smart buildings. It was also a question that was said before, if we have such buildings to be promoted and deeply analyzed. We need case studies that involve this economic dimension, the return of investment. We need to incorporate the economic dimension more accurately and more thoroughly in this SRI framework. We need the industry-led seminars. We need the industry to be with us, of course, because we're talking about mandatoriness of the SRI, non-residential buildings and so on. So we need them to be with us. We need also an online hub that everything will be presented there. I know that there are some initiatives that support such actions, but we need to have something more, let's say, inclusive. And we need media partners to be considered in this whole, pursuit towards a wider SRI adoption, which, at least from our experience, is their engagement is low, at least for now. Again, we need, as also Dimitris mentioned before, other initiatives, digitalization initiatives, smart building initiatives. Some of them have been also mentioned before, the levels, the building logbooks, renovation passports. We need to find ways to incorporate everything in these initiatives if they fit our purpose and our goal. We need to lay hands on them, disaggregate everything and see if we could combine somehow the Smart Readiness Indicator. We need to have standards such as the one that has Paris, the one that has been described before, and we need to have a perfect alignment with potential strategies, existing strategies, and other digital infrastructure plans. I'm nearly closing the presentation, so a few more minutes. We need to be able to promote the benefits to the relevant stakeholders, the ones that will carry the burden of the SRI. I know that stakeholders, everyone could be considered a stakeholder, but for example, architects, engineers, construction industry, and such, let's say, market players are the more relevant ones, and they need to be presented with business opportunities. Otherwise, they won't deal with this new concept. Public-private forums. We need to establish a channel that dialogues and collaboration with citizens, civilians, other bodies, and everyone will be carried out on a constant basis, and not through events or projects or meetings, plenary meetings or whatever. We need to have a constant channel with everyone. We need somehow to create some recognition programs. I know it's quite tricky. We're not there yet, at least from our point of view. but we need somehow to be able to give a prize to those that are actually involved and they are trying to make everything work. Okay, and again, the investment opportunities in smart retrofit markets, it has to do with the first bullet, so that's it. And last but not least, about the key civil society agencies and advocates. We need to have contact points for everyone that is interested in this SRI framework to contact with, to be presented with information, with state of the art and everything. So we need contact points. We need, we call them, smart building ambassadors or something like this. We need to, let's say, support community initiatives towards this smart building adoption. And again, the wider benefits for citizens, owners, apart from the stakeholders, the architects, engineers, we need to be promoted and be as clear as possible to everyone. So I think, yeah, that's it. The thematics of the stakeholder that we have managed to identify can be summarized there. And based on these bullet points, we wanted to, to inform you about the key aspects that we have identified, also based on our experience from the SRI-ENACT projects and the different events that we have organized with the other, the sister SRI projects. So, in a future study, we need to consider these things and be able to provide answers if we want to make everything work and to have a wider SRI adoption. And that's it. We have a few questions. I suppose that Paul will let you know, of course, and Sophie, yeah, you. That we would like to capture your feedback based on these bullets and these thematics. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Apostolis. And we have just time, I think, for a couple of interactive questions. So I hope we can bring those up on the screen for you. You should have the link.
Is it coming?
It says it will. It says double click to enter full screen. Oh, here we are. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Right. So the first question is, which type of support would most effectively encourage national authorities to adopt and promote the SRI? Is it financial incentives, subsidies? Is it clearer guidelines and best practices, technical assistance and training, peer-to-peer exchange with other member states, or integration with existing national policies? So if you'd like to submit your responses on this, very quick, that's great. Clearer guidelines was briefly in the lead, then financial incentives, now followed by integration with existing national policies. Clearer guidelines coming up a bit. Integration with existing national policies is close behind the incentives. We also have some engagement on the other 2 points of technical assistance and training. Integration, it's taken the lead, okay, with very slightly, but we can see the rank ordering here that seems to be pretty stabilized now. It's integration with existing policies and then incentive subsidies and finally, well, the part behind that then guidelines and best practices along with assistance and training. Excellent, thank you. So we'll move to the next question. What are the main motivations for private sector stakeholders to engage with the SRI framework? Is it competitive advantage, regulatory compliance, innovation opportunities, access to new markets and business opportunities, or sustainability commitments? We're seeing a bit of movement happening here. 3 leading contenders. Competitive advantage, regulatory compliance, competitive access to new markets and business opportunities. it seems to be a mix of those three primarily, all quite similarly ranked. But clearly those seem to be the three primary factors. And I'm going to be a bit naughty to squeeze in one more question before I pass over to Buntan to close the meeting. So we'll just do the next question, additional question. And in your opinion, what is the most compelling added value of implementing smart building technologies? Is it energy efficiency, user comfort, data transparency, grid flexibility, cost savings, or other? And this would probably be quite a good one to close on, just to get the value proposition as the audience sees it. Grid flexibility, cost savings, energy efficiency. Cost savings seems to be the highest at the moment. Then with grid flexibility and energy efficiency neck and neck. And slightly behind user comfort, and then data transparency less important. That's great. Thank you very much for this input. And just before handing over to Buntan, I just say that obviously there's so much more we could discuss in this, and please feel free to get in contact with us as we're working through this in the remainder of the year. And I'm sure we'll be raising this again in future plenary meetings. So thank you very much, and I'll pass it over now to Buntan to close the meeting.
Thank you, Paul. I just want to display Buntan name. So Buntan, we are just in time, and you have 5 minutes if you want to share your thoughts and close this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie. First of all, I want to thank so much to the SRI platform, especially the team behind it, organizing this wonderful event. You have done a very wonderful job. When we discussing about organizing this event, one of the things that we discuss is what are we trying to put in these editions, and one of the issue that we raise is the interactive one, and I find it's very interactive this morning, and thank you so much for that. And I hope we will have more interactions, well, of course, these mornings, but also during the lunchtime and the afternoon sessions. Through this morning's presentations, a lot of things that I've taken note, a lot of discussions and presentations about the relevance of SRI. SRI was and have been relevant, and even more right now in the current context of the energy transitions, about the grid's flexibility, the resilience to the grids. We have feedbacks from the countries about how the SRI is relevant, points to take notes in terms of issue to improve. There's a lot of surveys. We have results from the survey from the industrial fleets, from the owners, as well as the surveys that we have during all of these sessions with you amongst all of the audience, and all of those would be taken into account and reflected after. One thing that I kind of taking out from it right now, I find it's a lot of aspects that we put in the surveys and define in the surveys kind of comfort us in the sense that we are on more or less the right tracks, even though there's a lot of issues that we have to take into account. I take notes among many others, of course, zonings, the needs of the guidance supports, the synchronizations with other aspects of the regulations and national regulations, of course. One last thing that I want to raise in these closing remarks is, of course, the timelines. As already mentioned a couple of times already during these mornings, so we have from the commissions, we are binding to produce this report by June 2026. When we say about June 2026, it can be long, but I can assure you it is not that long. Like in the conversations, we have a phase where we listen and a phase where we talk. Right now, on commission side, I think we are more on the listen mode, and our ears are perfectly open to all of your remarks, of your feedbacks. So thanks to those who have already sent us all of your comments, all your remarks, and we are looking forward to more. The more you heard from us, the more we heard from you, the more your inputs can be reflected, of course, first in the SRI study, roadmap, strategy, calculations, and all. But one thing that I can assure you, the report from the Commission in 2026 will be built and influenced by all of this finding. And with that being said, I'm not going to put myself in between you and the lunch any longer. Just looking forward again to the discussion during lunchtime, and of course looking forward to the afternoon sessions, and bon appetit.
Thank you so much. So the lunch is upstairs, I think, on the rooftop. And there will be the SRI-ENACT final event starting at 1:30 here. And during the lunchtime, there are also a couple of project pitches that are going to be made. Thank you so much for your attention.
All right, I think we can start. So I would kindly ask you to take your seat. Can you just wait a bit more? Perfect. So I think we are ready. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are feeling re-energized after the nice lunch break. And as I promised you at the beginning, we will continue with the second part of the Smart Readiness Indicator event that will fully focus on the SRI-ENACT project, because this is the last month of the SRI-ENACT project. And as I mentioned, we are very happy to share with you the main project results and achievements. So we will hear 4 presentations from 4 consortium partners who will present different project results. And we will start with the coordinator of the SRI-ENACT project, Stamati Arizu from Singular Logic.
Thank you, Laura, and thanks for the introduction. In this presentation, I have tried to summarize our key achievements and the work that we have done in these 2.5 years. Just to recall a few things about the project. The project started in 1st of December in 2022. The duration is 30 months, so 2.5 years, and we altogether 9 partners and 1 affiliated entity. And we have been working with 8 pilot countries, namely Czech Republic, Austria, Spain, Latvia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Romania, and Greece. So in these 8 pilot countries, we did SRI assessments that I will also briefly present some results. And we have also Euroheat Power as our dissemination communication leader from Belgium. The project pillars has been mainly, I would say, 5 that map also to our work packages. The first pillar is related to the stakeholder engagement. And in this context, from the very beginning, we have applied some methodology to identify our stakeholders and to engage them in a continuous co-creation process throughout the project. Targeting in national stakeholder engagement, at local stakeholder engagement at the 8 different pilot countries. We also work on the second pillar that was basically to develop the toolkit for the SRI assessments and for the decision support tool that I also mentioned in the morning, and also a training package that was delivered to the external auditors in order to equip them with the necessary knowledge to perform the assessments. We conducted assessments, SRI assessments in the 8 pilot countries, and we trained more than 120. I mean, the goal in the beginning has been to train 120 auditors. We reached more than 160. And we assessed collectively in these 8 pilot countries more than 1,200 buildings. All the assessments were done with method P, certified by the project auditors. In this last months of the project, we have been working on business models and policy recommendations in these 8 pilot countries. You will see later on also some work that we have done in this context, and it will be all summarized in our final deliverables at the end of this month. In parallel, a cross-cutting pillar that was from the beginning, it is about communication, dissemination, and synergies. And in this context, beyond the typical, let's say, communication and dissemination activities that as EU project we were following, we have also been a very active partner in the SRI cluster, and we have led the part on stakeholder engagement and aligned with all the other sister projects on common initiatives and representations. So a few things about what we achieved in this first pillar about the stakeholder engagement. We conducted in the very beginning an in-depth analysis of the national context, the regulation framework, and the needs in these 8 pilot countries. We worked on a stakeholder engagement strategy, identifying the key actors in each pilot country that should be informed, and we should have a continuous dialogue with them during the project. We have established the 8 national stakeholder liaison groups in these countries. And we have conducted in the very beginning, in the first 6 months of the project, co-creation workshops with these key stakeholders, and more than 100 semi-structured interviews that helped us to have a baseline in the beginning in order to plan our activities about the type of the buildings that we want to assess, and the plan for our pilot activities. The outcome of these processes have been documented in providing some tailoring and contextualization of the SRI scheme in the different national contexts. And we have provided 2 public deliverables in this context, and they are accessible in our website. For the second pillar, we have provided the SRI-ENACT toolkit, and it is accessible under this URL. And the tool basically provides access to the assessment tool that implements the SRI methodology, and the decision support tool that support decisions regarding the Smart Ready upgrades. The decision support tool is integrated in the assessment tool, so once someone finishes a certain assessment, then the user can be redirected to the decision support tool, and it can use the current SRI assessment as a baseline in order to provide potential scenarios for smartness upgrades. The SRI-ENACT toolkit, we have tried to provide currently interface, and we have implemented different access roles. The role of a resident, basically the tool is free to use as a resident, while as an assessor, the administrator needs first to know the email of this assessor, considering that should be a certified assessor, and then this user can be logged in as an assessor in the tool. We have also provided some other levels of access in the assessment as a country use supervisor, that you have read-only access to the assessment data, while administrators can also add new assessors and have more capabilities, let's say, through the interface. In terms of the training material, we have created 3 capacity modules for the training of regarding the SRI. They cover some SRI fundamentals about some key information about the SRI scheme, the policy framework and national context. So yes, it's not context, it's context anyway. And the training to the SRI-ENACT toolkit. So these 3 modules were also the ones that we used for the training of the auditors. And on top of this, we have also created a guidebook for guiding the users of the SRI-ENACT toolkit. All of these are also accessible on our website, and they can be explored if someone is interested. So having covered the parts about the toolkit and the training, we entered the phase about the pilot assessments. And basically here is what we did is that we have trained a total of over 160 auditors through both in-person and online formats. We have, on top of this, we have also, as overall as a consortium, we have organized over 20 events and with a lot of participants, more than 2,000 participants, where we informed the participants about the SRI and the context and so on. And we have worked with 112 trained auditors in this 8 pilot countries. And we have assessed with the method B 1,200 residential and non-residential buildings. In addition, the project also led the contributions of the SRI projects in 2 national test phases in Greece and Bulgaria. We had this presentation earlier today, but we have also contributed to other national test phases with our results. Finally, we have also, as part of the final wrap-up of our work in the assessments, we have evaluated our tools and our training framework, and we have received positive feedback for almost 100 participants. And overall, it seems that the approach is valid. Of course, we could think about potential adaptations and further refinements. In terms of the actual results from these 1,200 assessments, here you see a graph about the 8 different pilot countries and the SRI class. As you see, G class is most represented in most countries, and in some of them we have also some buildings with class F. Of course, it's not easy to make a clear comparison between the results of the countries here. We have to dive into more detail about the profiles of the buildings and to understand the context of this assessment. But overall, we see that in all countries, we do have very few buildings that have a very high SRI score and can be classified in the very upper classes. we see that most of the buildings have considerable room for improvement, and this is where also the part of the decision support tool is relevant to assess potential smartness upgrade scenarios and try to guide potentially the stakeholders on how to improve the buildings. And that's actually a baseline. Of course, in our final deliverable, it will be soon also upload in our website. We have more information, more statistics for each country, and also comments on the outcomes. In terms of business models and policy recommendations, we have been working with these 8 pilot countries to explore potential capabilities for co-financing tools that may use SRI as criterion. We have worked on extracting best practice and replication guidelines for the wider uptake of the SRI. We have worked, of course, on exploitation plans and the replicability of our project. And in this last month, we have also delivered 5 webinars that cover different aspects of the training and the results. And they're all available in our website, and they can be accessed. In terms of our notable outcomes in the dissemination, communication, and synergies part, as I said, we have delivered the 5 training webinars. We organized 2 EU-level events. One is this one that we are in the MIPIM conference, and we have also 4 newsletters, and we have also contributed and led the working group of the SRI cluster about joint communication and dissemination, where we also created 2 annual cluster reports, and we align with all the projects on common activities at national and the EU level. I think that is all from my side. I would say that it is it will be the end of our project, but we feel that it is also a new start. The work that we've done and the results will remain accessible after the project end, and we'll be happy to see if we can collaborate at national or EU level in this context. I have to say that now in this final phase, we are also in contact with the key stakeholders in each country to make some MOUs in order to sustain the networks that have been built, and try to also share our knowledge and sustain our results beyond the project. And that is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martina, for this presentation. And before I hand over to the second presenter, Apostolis, I just wanted to quickly remind our online participants to use the Q&A box in case you have any questions. And then in the end of all these presentations, we will have some time to answer your questions. So thank you once again. And now I will hand over to Apostolis to present the SRI-ENACT toolkit and also how we did the SRI national adaptations.
Thank you, Laura. Hello again. So the first part of this presentation has to do with the adaptations and the tailorings that we were able to carry out as part of the SRI-ENACT project. And by tailoring, we mean that we have this so-called table with weighting factors that have been allocated as part of the SRI methodology. And we had focused on the parts that are marked in dark red because they have to do with the climate zones, which for now have been aggregated at this level. So we have Western Europe, Southern Europe, and so on. And according to 6 building types, okay, for now we have residential and non-residential buildings, but in any case, these are the 2 categories that pretty much define the weighting factors as far as the dark red part is concerned. So based also on the technical studies that have been issued by the Commission and everything related to the SRI, tailoring to a more local context has been pursued. So we tried to to make something in this direction in order to see what the results would be, and if we can have something more reflective of the Greek context to begin with. And then when we saw that this is something that works, at least as a basis, we extended everything to the rest of the SRI-ENACT pilots. So we have these 4 climate zones in Greece, and by using a mapping that we carried out, you can see the number of buildings and the number of residential buildings and non-residential buildings in Greece per climate zone. And these equations, okay, most of you will be are familiar with these equations. Some assumptions, of course, you can see here that for the technical domains that are included in this dark red part of the previously presented table, heating, cooling, domestic hot water, we have made some assumptions regarding the fuels that will be used for its technical domain. And we have allocated reference, let's say, cities or municipalities for its climate zone. It is part of the methodology. I don't want to dive into details because I don't have time, but we have also published a conference paper that you can find it online that describes everything in detail. So we were able to move from this figure down at the left part, bottom left part of the slide, which presents the primary energy consumption at national level, broken down per type of fuel. We were able to extract this one, which you can find here the technical domains of this dark red part of the table. And here you will see charts, bar charts, on the primary energy consumption. So we managed to break down the primary energy consumption per climate zone. Of course, given some assumptions, it's not that it's 100% accurate, but we did we proceeded with such an initiative. And given that we know the primary energy consumption, we were able to calculate these AD values, which is this one. And if we calculate these AD values, then the final weighting factors, it's this equation here. So if we have this one, the rest is a piece of cake. So given this approach, we were able to calculate these AD values, and from these values, we extracted new weighting factors that were tailored for the Greek context and broken down per climate zone only for residential buildings, because due to data availability issues for the non-residential buildings, we could not conduct such an analysis. But this is a basis to work with. We used the same, pathway, and it was applied to the rest of the pilots. It seems to be working. And again, it's not that it's 100% accurate, but it can be a basis to tailor everything to a more local context. So this was the first part about the tailorings and what we did in the project. Now, a few words about the toolkit. As also Martina said, we had this SRI-ENACT toolkit, which comprises 2 different discrete but complementary tools, the SRI assessment tool and the decision support tool. The first one is about making the SRI assessments in a more easy way and something more visualized and easy for the end user. And the second one was developed following a specific pathway in order to provide tailored decisions to the users about smartness upgrades. As for the first one, just a few things, because Martina also mentioned some key points. We have prescribed for different access layers, let's say. We have residents and assessors. There is a specific pathway that should be followed for each one of them. You of the menu in the tool, you can see that we have let's say clustered everything for the buildings that have been assessed or will be assessed, the assessments themselves, a map which is linked to existing applications, and my account where you can find everything related to your account. You can see some features, some fancy features which have been based on the so-called SRI methodology, this Excel file. We tried to make these features more fancy and easy to use for everyone. You can see something resembling a button where you can play with and decide if you have a present or non-present domains for your case. You will see here that functionalities, it's quite simple to select the smartness level, the functionality level for each service that is included within each domain. And here we have created these case study reports. The user, either we're talking about an assessor or a resident or whatever supervisor, whoever uses the tool, can have these case study reports where everything is presented, all of the information that has been entered by the tool's user is presented in a summarized format to facilitate understanding and to help with overseeing everything. Yeah, it's again the case study reports, and as Martina also mentioned, we have several access layers apart from the residents and the assessors. We have also supervisors and EU administrator. You can see here what kind of information each of these let's say users can have. Okay, and this was key points about the SRI assessment tool. Now, as a complementary tool to the SRI assessment, we have the decision support tool. You can see that it's a scenario-driven framework that is designed to use everything that has been calculated through the SRI assessment tool and extract some scenarios that are based on real market life solutions. The only thing that the user should do in this tool is to enter an SRI target. So we have an existing one and we need to meet another one, which of course needs to be higher compared to the previous one. And the tool is designed to provide combinations of market-based solutions along with their cost and everything that can be used as a whole in order for the user to meet the SRI target. You can see that we have this economic pillar. We've been talking about it in the stakeholder engagement aspect before and how important it is for the economic pillar to be integrated in this whole framework, evaluation framework. And the most important is that you can see here that the final results can be clustered and ranked according to their cost effectiveness. If this is the case, which is the total cost, the SRI gain divided by the total cost. The total cost itself, if we need to lay emphasis on the cost, and the total SRI gain if we just need to increase the SRI gain completely disregarding the cost dimension. This is the workflow. Okay, I won't dive into details now, but keep in mind that we have identified market-based solutions. We have made the mapping of these solutions to the maximum functionality levels that could be reached through the installation of such market-based solutions. We have identified their cost. We have several rounds of discussion with key market players in order to identify costs. It's not that it just came out of our mind or something. This framework has been designed to be as exhaustive as possible because we identify all potential scenarios and we cluster them according to their effectiveness. Namely, if a scenario is able to meet the predefined SRI target, then it is labeled as successful. Otherwise, it is labeled as non-successful. Here you need to put the SRI goal. Here you can see the current situation of the building. Everything is drawn from the SRI assessment tool. And here you can see that everything is ranked three different, let's say, metrics: SRI gain, total cost, and cost effectiveness. You can select the one that fits your goal and get ranked, the scenarios ranked. If you click upon the different charts, you will find the information that are included within each scenario. Just a brief example of what you will see here: the solutions, the maximum functionality level that you will get upon installing the solution, and here the cost that is linked to their installation. And here you will see bar charts about the impact at different levels. The impact, the impact at impact criterion level, the impact at domain level, and at key functionality level. And here is the one that I've mentioned before. You have a success scenario. You had a goal of set to 30%. You have 30 point something. And here you will see the cost effectiveness of the upgrade, which is 131 euros per unit of SRI gain. And of course, your initial SRI class and your new SRI class. That's it. I think that I didn't take much of your time. Yeah, I think that I was on time, but in any case, this is pretty much everything. If you have any questions, or if you would like to have more questions, I will be here to answer you or to guide you through. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Apostolis, and indeed you did the presentation on time, so we are on track. And therefore we can continue with the next presentation that will be done by Ilgvars Francis from Riga Planning Region, and he will present the financing tools and business models for the SRI uptake.
Thank you, Laura. And good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, my name is Ilgvars. I come from the Republic of Latvia. And may I start with a short introduction, because Latvia is one of the few countries within our partnership that hasn't officially tested the SRI approach. So, which means we had front runners, a number of them, and we also had a few, I would call them followers, which we belong to. On the other hand, this makes us very proud, because we did all those things that other partners did as well, like training, information events, conducted assessments, and so on. And actually, we are the pioneers in our country, and hopefully one day we will continue as part of another project, because it has been a great journey with all of you. So Martina, next time you have an idea, just you know where to find me. Okay, I'll try to make it quite quick, and because my presentation will be followed by presentation by colleague Michal from the Czech Republic, because we share the same duty, the same work package, which is still being implemented, and we have approximately 3 weeks left to finish our deliverable, which is on which would be about financing tools and business models, but also about recommendations and sustainability plans. So be sure that you check the SRI-ENACT website at the beginning of May or in the beginning of June. So that's the work package I mentioned. This is what we had to deliver. And as I said, it consisted of 3 tasks, and the first one focused on the business models and financing tools. The other was more or less about the policy recommendations, and the third one is exploitation and sustainability plan. All three parts would at the end create a joint deliverable. And now we'll get back to the task 5.1 about, which is more or less about how to finance and how to support SRI. We actually had a very simple approach to this, and we had 2 assignments to all partners. And we started this work package, as you can see, in the second half of 2024, and must finish it quite soon. So we initially asked all partners to contribute by sending us the existing examples of how SRI adoption could be facilitated in partner countries, and financing schemes that are applicable to building, assessment, inspection, and so on. The second step was more or less about the most promising business models. And just to mention some numbers, we collected 32, I guess, inputs from. And now putting those schemes into one joint framework, and also I think it was 8 promising business models. Basically, well, you can easily understand that some models would be more or less associated with the existing state or other support programs. And another option is, which seems quite appealing to us, is use energy service companies as a tool how to promote SRI approach in the EU, and especially in those countries like ours, where the whole concept is still new. And despite that, we've been cooperating with the policymakers, but I can't influence the process, and Latvia has not yet officially started, so maybe next year. But we are, of course, aware of the requirements. The next slide, that's how it had looked technically. So we analyze all your inputs or partners' inputs from 5 different perspectives, like scalability, like replicability, I think it was investment, and more. And also the partners filled in a certain template, the classic business canvas model, which we are trying now to synthesize and deliver this month. So a very simple approach. Some inputs still missing, but just a few. And these are the first results, that the first that countries have adopted a wide range of financing instruments, starting from grants, tax incentives, and ESCOs. And also there is a strong potential for replication of most solutions that partners have offered. Which we also feel is very, very important, that not only the state bodies, but also private sector comes in, and because they know the whole thing from the market perspective, and public funding is one thing, but private business is the other, which is also very important. And this is actually the most important reason I mentioned cooperation with ESCOs as one of the most promising scenarios, because they know the ESCOs, they know that how to cooperate with, let's call them end users. They understand the arena. They know how to conduct SRI in assessments. And yes, some of our projects that you've seen in Bulgaria, in Croatia, Greece, Spain, and in Latvia, we have actually identified ESCO as a potential model for the introduction of the approach and as a business tool. The basic, of course, we did carry out a SWOT analysis and indicating some results, but the most important thing is that there is strong potential for replicability, because things that can be done in Greece in most cases can be also done in Latvia or in Austria, and so on. Of course, there are some threats, and then one might imagine that it's economic or geopolitical situation. And regulatory framework is also a key issue. For instance, just to give you an example, I mentioned it already. In Latvia, we do not have a regulation for for the introduction of the SRI approach, still we managed to deliver. And so actually this can be done if, like we did in Latvia, you can also do it in, for instance, in Hungary or elsewhere in countries that haven't yet started the official test phase. All right, and that's actually the final slide. And sector cooperation, that's extremely important to deliver. And also clear understanding of the EU level and national regulation. And I would also like to emphasize the one conclusion, that's a focus on awareness raising. I think in the morning session it was Apostolis who mentioned that, and this is the case also in so many in many other countries, especially again those who are just taking the first steps. And well, that's it. I promise to make it in a quick manner. And once again, please follow the news and check the SRI-ENACT website. You'll get the deliverable and detailed conclusions there quite soon. Yeah, thank you. That's it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ilgvars, and congratulations on your work done in Latvia, of course. And last but not least, I will hand over to Michal Stasha from SEVEN, from Czech Republic, and he will talk about national roadmaps and EU policy recommendations.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Michal Stasha. I work at SEVEN, and I was responsible partly for co-creation process and especially policy event and national roadmaps and EU recommendations. So you can see the brief co-creation process summary. So we started with the current landscape. Then we arranged 8 co-creation workshops around 8 pilot countries. And then we had stakeholder interviews. There was the preparation phase, but the core, it's only thin, but it was the core of the project, was fulfilled with pilot assessments and trainings. And we gathered all the informations and we arranged another policy event, and we've created national roadmaps. And after that, we gathered the information and put it into the EU policy recommendations, which I will mention briefly. So national roadmaps, they are the final national policy recommendations for pilot countries. You can see the common content and structure. So there are some initial assumptions and framework, usually some implementation scenarios, usually maybe more than one. For some countries, only one. Of course, key stakeholders, usually ministries and other energy experts and associations for experts in the given country, and implementation ideas and measures and policies. So the core of the national roadmaps. You can see the comparison of all national roadmaps. So you can see that the regulatory alignment and training is the baseline for all pilot countries. And of course, it's very important to have prioritization of mandatory areas. But you can see it's various across the countries. Okay, so we gathered all the information from the roadmaps. It's still in process, but the most information is processed, and we've put it into the EU policy recommendations. These are ideas for effective SRI implementation in the European Union, and we've focused on 5 policy recommendations. Thank you. These are EU-wide scope is beneficial. So this is one of the conditions, and the second condition was, it was mentioned in the roadmap several times that it's not only important for one country. So it's EU-wide scope important. So we've collected all these ideas and policies, and we've created 5 these EU policy recommendations. So I will briefly introduce them now. The first one is raising awareness on SRI. When we start the SRI-ENACT project, nobody knows anything about SRI. Now it's much better, but still there is a big gap to follow and to have more awareness. And it was mentioned during before lunch several times. So I think this is quite important point. The second point, of course, is appropriate financial incentive in EU-wide scope, because it's a new emerging market, and so to have it like sustainable for next years, it would be really good to have some appropriate financial source. The third one, it was also mentioned several times, service catalog clarification. There are some functional levels of services which are not really clear, and there are still some uncertainties for the SRI auditors. So the idea is really to have the complete service catalog and to have some more complete information on them. The fourth is method C elaboration. The thing is there was the preparatory study done by Vito, and the method C is only briefly mentioned. But to overcome the gap between smart readiness and the link is to have real data from the building. And method C would could solve this problem. So to overcome this gap, the method C elaboration would be beneficial. And the last is training for energy expert. It was also briefly mentioned previously. So there's the minimum level of knowledge for all the trainers, or maybe the training of trainees. It would be quite good to have it on EU level. Maybe the standard, upcoming standard would really help this matter. So the conclusion is that the co-creation process served and provided with several ideas and policies around Europe. And we can see the gradual growth of interest on SRI topic. And I think personally, it would be really good to connect it with all the smart initiatives and energy services, especially energy flexibility. So thank you for your attention.
Many thanks once again to all the presenters for the very interesting presentations, and also for keeping the strict time so that we can make it very effective and we can still have some time for questions. I don't see any questions from the online participants. So perhaps if you have some questions, those that raise your hand. Yes.
Paweł Kwasnowski from Poland. I just have a question concerning your presentation and concerning the method C as a need. I wouldn't say that it's a method C as a extension for the SRI assessment, but I would rather say that smart metering should be the service in the electricity and should be evaluated in this place. Only that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to add something? No. All right. Thank you very much. Is there any other question? One more, of course. Please.
I have one general question that we have heard about a lot of assessments and hundreds of buildings evaluated. But we do not, in my opinion, we do not hear about the need of improvement of the methodology. We have an old catalog, service catalog, not solved 2 problems or 3 problems with zoning, not only with with technical systems, but also about the level of services. In our evaluations, we have met very often the situation that we have a building which a specific service in part of the building and no this service in the other part of the building. So no solution. And I think that the improvements of the methodology must be done before we enter to the situation when in 2027 we must to perform the SRI evaluation generally in Europe. And this is something which is missing for me during these presentations we have had, that nobody is speaking about the must of improvement of the system. Okay, your voice was just like this, but you know, for me it was not enough that we are speaking about that. The service catalog must be absolutely modified, because the service catalogs comes from 2007, from first standard about the impact of the automation systems on the energy efficiency. And 20 years ago, look at the domestic hot water systems. What do we have in SRI? Nothing, very old-fashioned system. Do you know how to evaluate building with VRV system or VRF system? No, we must think how to fit it to the existing methodology. So I think we should speak about this and think about this before we implement or Commission implement this as a mass, SRI evaluation as a mass. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. Would you like to react to that, or Martina, or someone also from the audience?
Yes, maybe a small comment here. I fully agree that we need also to revisit the catalog, and maybe also Apostolos, who has worked on the methodological part, has its own view. However, from the perspective at least of this project, maybe for other projects, the rationale from the beginning it has been that we want first to evaluate what is already recommended. Okay, and this is a baseline, because if we start, I mean, if we open this discussion, of course, this it needs some more exchanges and more studies to convert to a new catalog. And at least for this kind of project, it was not a priority to revise the catalog. The priority was first to get some assessment as baseline with the catalog that it is there, and in parallel to consider from a methodological perspective, and that is what we also saw in the presentation of Apostolis, what can be adaptations in terms of adaptation of the weights, or even considerations of new services, etc. So I think that there are two parallel threads. Maybe this was not emphasized also in the morning and so on, but there are two parallel threads. One thread is first of all to have a baseline, to check this catalog we already have and get some intuition about how this works, and in parallel to continue the discussion about potential updates of the methodology in all different aspects. So that's my point of view, and I don't know if you, Apostolos, want to say something about the methodology.
Yeah, just a brief comment as well. So, it was not our scope to revise the catalog, because we just wanted to facilitate, the calculation process. And what I mean by that is we wanted to develop some tools, kind of automated tools, that when you upload something, a file of services, smart services, either we're talking about 54 services, either we're talking about 27, if we are talking about a revisited catalog or whatever. The tool is designed to give you a solution to calculate everything in an automated way, to save you some time and present you with results.
The same background was behind the second tool, the decision support tool. So when we have a revisited catalog, which again was not the main scope of our project, you can upload everything to these tools and the other tools, the existing tools, and you can have the results that you want. Okay, so our primary focus was to make things easier, to provide the user with more tailored suggestions and everything based on this catalog. But when we are at this stage that the revisited catalog is available, then everything will be recalculated in the same easy way as we try to do now. So that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, please don't take my voice as a criticism for your achievements. Your achievements are really great, and you know, it must be done if we would like to know maybe something should be changed. I would like to pay our attention that we must remember that after all this work, we have experience, and we know that the methodology is working. It's the first result. It's working. It's giving the results. It distinguish between different buildings, and it's possible to do it. But we also get the experience that something should be improved, could be improved. But if we say that it will be the must in future, I could say also that it must be improved, not only could be improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. Is there any other question from the audience, or perhaps a comment? And if not, then I think we saved some time, so we can have a bit longer coffee break, which is also great because we can continue the discussions bilaterally. So thank you very much once again to all our presenters, and we will continue back. We will come back at 3 to continue with presentations from the SRI auditors. Thank you very much. Hello once again, everyone. I would like to ask you to take your seat as we would like to continue with the very last session of the SRI joint event and SRI-ENACT final project conference. Right, I think it's the time. I think we are ready, so we can officially open the very last session of today's event. And I think this session will be a little bit different because it's our pleasure to welcome here today 8 SRI auditors from the 8 SRI-ENACT pilot countries that were trained during the project using the SRI-ENACT training material. They were assessing buildings in their countries, and they are here today with us to present their insights from all this process and also results from their respective countries. Therefore, I would like to firstly give the floor to George Stavodimous to present the case of Greece.
Thank you. I can change from this. So first of all, we'll start with the training process. In Greece, we had mainly online training paired with some material prepared. The online setup facilitated professionals because most of the SRI auditors that were selected were already professionals or for example, EPC inspectors with an engineering background. Therefore, the online setup facilitated their training and enabled them in joining the scheme. We're aiming mainly to already experienced auditors, as I said, and the toolkit embedded help needed perhaps some redesign. These are from the training, our first comments. Personally, I inspected 30 buildings ranging from different uses. There was one bank, one training education center, one gym, 14 mini markets and mini malls, 8 office buildings, and 4 residential buildings of special interest. Some of them were near zero energy benefit building, near zero energy building, sorry. All of the buildings were public and private, and they were located mainly in Athens, and some of the hotels were located in other parts of Greece. The scores range from very low, 1.8, up to 50, with an average of around 17. The majority of the buildings scored below 20, indicating low smart readiness in Greece at the moment. 3 of the buildings passed 30, and 1 was above 50. No building had full grid integration or demand response readiness, and performance improvement has been seen in renovated or retrofitted buildings, regardless of their construction date, which is interesting. Most buildings scored low due to basic heating cooling systems that didn't integrate any smart control, and the lack of energy metering devices, which is a scheme soon to be implemented in Greece. Retrofitting for energy performance with lack of advanced automation was also another factor. For example, we had heat pumps paired with old radiators. Here I have a per domain and score analysis. I'll just stick to the main and most interesting parts for this. In heating, we had medium scores. This had to do with a very low presence of sensors. And of course, since most of the systems were mainly controlled, there were low individual control systems. And this did not facilitate the smart readiness. An interesting part for Greece is the domestic hot water. We use lots of solar thermal, which are passive systems as generators. And although after 2019, there are some options for smart metering mainly. They have integrated thermometers for the stored hot water. These, and this is a very malpractice, are not connected by the installers. So we have a smart feature already enabled in our solar heaters, but nobody connects it. And this needs some awareness. There is a big improvement in the SRI score, and it's already there, present even on most of the systems already available in the market. For the cooling, it's a classic average Mediterranean condition. We have lots of cooling, but most of them are split units. It's available on almost all buildings in Greece, but they offer low connectivity options. Or most of the users don't use the smart already available options for their either split units or central cooling systems. Apart from the commercial buildings where we start to have a high rate of BMS integration. Ventilation is not used at all in the domestic buildings, but there are some smart options for, again, mainly commercial buildings such as hotels or big offices. heat pump. It has heating floors and cooling roofs. On the same building, there were options to follow the user in the different rooms and change the temperature, which is very advanced. And all of the dynamic envelope had integrated solar sensors that were changing the blinds both in terms of up and down and in position, depending on the angle of the sun. So why I'm saying all of this? Because this building had all of the different options that you could integrate in terms of smart readiness. Again, the score was only D. Why? Because being such a, in energy terms, building, it did not have any photovoltaics. It didn't need them. The energy consumption for the whole year was so low that it didn't need any photovoltaics, no batteries, at this point at least, and basic energy metering just to know what's going on with the different systems that are graded. It had, of course, a BMS, okay, and all of this. But if you lack even on one sector, such as the energy in our case, the automations, your score drops. So this is something that we should consider. I had also prepared another case, but I did not demonstrate today. But this is also interesting. One of the buildings that I inspected was a training center. It was a retrofitted, renovated building. It's a bit difficult to explain. It was a building that was preserved. So they kept the facade of the old building, and then they included a new building, 5-story building, on its back. And when it was initially constructed in 2012, it had all of the different types of sensors. It had occupancy sensors for the lights and the heating and everything. In the last 4 years, and this is the building that I actually assessed in my SRI. I assessed the old version of the building. I also performed an assessment for myself with the new version of the years. The same building now is a hotel and a restaurant, and not a training center. So they discarded the smart light options, since now the lights are always on during the building's use, and the SRI score dropped. So we have a building that was retrofitted, renovated in the last 4 years, and its SRI, which was already high, its SRI score dropped. And this is very interesting because perhaps we should start thinking if there should be a limit on the retrofits and if they are allowed to drop the SRI score. My conclusion, SRI should be integrated in EPC in Greece, since most of the audit process is overlapping. High EPC score buildings have low SRI scores because smart controls are not considered always in energy efficiency renovations. And in a very popular scheme in Greece, the Exokonomo scheme also has limited options for smart systems. The interesting part there is that in its Exokonomo has changed many times during the last years. 2 versions ago, it had some options for smart systems, but the energy auditor, the EPC auditor, had to assess the gains by himself. There was no SRI or any other of methodology available back then. We talk about 2021. So he would have to assess himself some possible energy gains and get the subsidy based on these gains. Perhaps today with SRI, this could come back, and they could include energy in the energy efficiency options as smart options, since now you have a methodology to assess their gains, possibly. Also, there is a low presence of smart controls in medium to small commercial buildings. Smart grid integration is not present in Greece at the moment, and new residential and almost all new or retrofitted hotels implement high automation, since there it is linked with a gain. Energy consumption is linked with smart systems in hotels and occupancy sensors and stuff like that. So the owners have the motivation needed to implement smart solutions. Finally, modular control monitoring systems aiming to renovation will aid smartness integration. Right now, the smart market is fragmented. Every manufacturer has his own platform. An integrated platform would aid the implementation of the different solutions. That's all. Thank you. Any questions, or we'll just move to?
Many thanks for your presentation, and apologies especially to our online participants for a small technical issue, but yeah, they lost the audio for a while, but now the problem is fixed, so we can continue. And another pilot country of the SRI-ENACT project was Romania. Therefore, I would like to welcome Kamil Morar, who will present the results from Romania.
Thank you, Laura. Hello, my name is Camil Morar. I'm an auditor in Romania, and I was part of the team that carried out the assessment in Romania. First, please allow me to make a little confession. Even though I attended such events before, I never was in the posture to be in front giving the speech. I'm a little nervous. So I have very big shoes to fill with all the speakers that were in front of me. So please bear with me. Okay. Okay. We will explore in the first part the training process, assessment methodology, the tailored results, and recommendations moving forward from our perspective. At the end of July 2024, we had 68 external experts that participated in an online training session covering the 3 modules that you already know. All the participants received certificates of participation. From these 68 external experts, there were chosen 10 experts, primarily certified energy auditors for buildings. They were selected from their responses in a post-training questionnaire. The selected auditors submitted portfolios with detailed descriptions of proposed buildings, including type, size, construction year, and geographic location. In the end, 1 internal auditor and 10 external carried out the SRI assessment in Romania, completing evaluations for 111 buildings. A couple of words about the training process. The training was, from my point of view, was clearly with each model being logically built on the previous one. The session was well-paced, informative, and especially appreciated the balance between the theoretical background and practical tools that facilitated a deeper understanding of the SRI methodology. Overall, it was a professionally delivered training that enhanced my understanding of SRI framework and its practical application and its relevance in the real world building assessments. Building times in the assessment. So, as I mentioned before, we had 111 buildings assessed in Romania. This assessment encompassed a diverse range of buildings from residential sectors as well as non-residential sectors such as educational institutions, office buildings, healthcare facilities, commercial premises, and cultural establishments. Each building selected met specific criteria, including possession of valid energy certificates and having essential infrastructure like heating, cooling, lighting systems, which allowed a comprehensive evaluation of their smart readiness. So, from this chart, we can observe that we had a well-balanced mix of buildings that has been selected, with non-residential other buildings representing the largest share of 28% of the total, followed by residential 18%, non-residential office buildings 16%, educational buildings 14%, and non-residential healthcare buildings and residential large multifamily houses, each accounting for 12%. Regarding the geographic distribution across climate zones in Romania, we have 5 climate zones that covers our country. I won't get into the details here. You can see in short words here. Regarding the climate zone coverage and analysis, A detailed analysis highlighted significant variations in smart readiness across these climate zones. More than half of them, about 63%, are located in the climate zone 2. 18 are from zone 3, 11% from zone 1, and only 8% from the zone 4. Zone 1, with its milder climate, exhibited generally lower scores, SRI scores, class E, F, and G, indicating limited adoption of smart technologies. In contrast, Zone 2 showed a broad spectrum of scores with SRI classes from C to G, suggesting, let me update, from C to G, suggesting a mix of building performance levels. The harsher climates of zones 3 and 4 consistently resulted in lower SRI classes, like D to G, largely due to the prevalence of older buildings with limited modernization efforts. These results indicated that climate conditions may influence the adoption of smart ready solutions, with harsher climates potentially requiring more targeted interventions to improve building performance. Regarding the SRI scores by building type, on average, the Romanian building scored 25.88% in terms of smart readiness. Notably, non-residential other commercial buildings achieved the highest average SRI score of around 31%, which means that these buildings are more likely to integrate smart technologies, possibly due to operational cost optimization and occupant comfort improvements. They are closely followed by the non-residential office buildings that also perform relatively well, with a score of around 30%, reflecting targeted small upgrades in certain facilities. The assessed office buildings were relatively new, benefiting from modern smart technologies and certain features such EV charging that are mandatory for new constructions in Romania, furthering contributing to their higher smart readiness. Non-residential educational and healthcare facilities had moderate scores of around 24%, which can be attributed to a growing emphasis on automation for energy management, security, and user experience enhancement in these sectors. In contrast, residential buildings scored lower, indicating limited smart readiness adoption. This is generally due to the budget constraints, regulatory factors, or other slower integration of smart solutions in these sectors. The lowest scores were observed in the cultural buildings, where smart readiness adoption is less of a priority consideration or lower investment in modernization. Regarding the SRI classes distribution, a particularly significant finding is that the majority of the assessed buildings fall into the lowest smart readiness classes, with 48% in class G and 28% in class F, meaning that over 3/4 of around 76% of the buildings have minimal smart capabilities. Only 12% reached class E, while 10% achieved class D, and just 2% attained class C, reflecting a limited adoption of smart technologies used across the analyzed building sample. This clearly indicates substantial potential and an urgent need for targeted policy measures, strategic interventions, and financial incentives to significantly enhance the smart capabilities of Romania's building stock. With regard to the domain score analysis, when we look closely, We found strengths in domestic hot water and heating systems, scoring approximately 33% and 31% respectively, thanks to the investments in automation and control mainly. Domains like cooling, ventilation, and lighting showed moderate performance around 22-23%, suggesting room for substantial improvement. Critically, electricity management, electric vehicle charging, and dynamic building envelope scored alarmingly low, indicating urgent areas for investment and technological advancement. Regarding impact scores evaluations, regarding impact criteria, comfort, and energy efficiency, these were relatively strong areas that achieved the highest scores of 42%, respectively, both around the 42%, indicating that some smart technologies are in place to optimize indoor conditions and reduce energy consumptions. However, these scores remain moderate, as many buildings still rely on conventional systems with limited automation. We had significant shortcomings in flexibility, energy flexibility and storage, around 15.7%. Maintenance and fault prediction with 16% that recorded the lowest scores, pointing a major gap in advanced energy management systems, demand response capabilities, and predictive maintenance tools. Convenience and health. Convenience with 30%, health, well-being, and accessibility with 33%, and information to occupants, yes, with 22%, scored moderately but remain far from optimal. This implies that some smart features enhance user experience and occupant awareness, but there is a clear opportunity to improve interactive and automated systems that provide real-time information and personalized user control. Key functionality performance. Assessing key smart functionalities revealed that user needs scored highest at 32%, demonstrating existing features aimed at occupant experience. Maintenance and efficiency showed the moderate performance, while grid adaptation, crucial for responsive and dynamic energy management, scored only around 16%, highlighting a key area that needed the strategic improvements and investment to enhance energy interactions and efficiency. In conclusion, I just want to mention that the analyzed buildings present a low overall smart readiness performance. The majority of the buildings fall into the lowest SRI classes, with 76% classified as F and G, and no buildings achieving class A and B. These findings suggest that while some progress has been made, particularly in energy efficiency and comfort, most buildings lack advanced smart capabilities and would enable a greater energy flexibility, automation, and grid interaction. In conclusion, the overall smart readiness of Romania's building sector remains low, but this presents both challenges and substantial opportunities. Strategic actions include the implementation of financial incentives, enforcement of stricter regulatory standards for new constructions and renovations, and extensive educational and awareness campaigns. These measures are essential for improving building intelligence, energy efficiency, occupant comfort, and helping Romania meet national and European energy and sustainability targets. Thank you for your attention and for bearing with me.
Thank you very much, Camille, for the valuable insights from Romania. We will not go very far, as we will now hear about the insights from Bulgaria by Zdravko Georgiev. Unfortunately, Zdravko is not here present with us because his flight was cancelled. So he wanted to come to present the results, but we appreciate that he's still connected online. And therefore, I will just quickly give him the right to move the slides. Zdravko, can you hear us?
Yes, and you, me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And I think you can move the slides. Could you please try?
Unfortunately not, but I can.
No worries. You can always tell me when you want to go to the next slide, and I will be moving the slides for you. Okay.
Okay. So many apologies for not being with you in Brussels due to this flight cancellation, but I will share my findings for the SRI-ENACT implementation in Bulgaria. Regarding the training process, in Bulgaria, we were one of the first countries in Europe that implemented the energy performance certificates and energy auditing of buildings in 2005. Since then, we have almost 20 years experience in this process. That's why there are auditors who are well trained, educated, and experienced. It was not difficult to find experienced auditors within this society of auditors, and about 20 or 13 auditors were selected for implementation of this SRI testing in Bulgaria. What is important probably also for the audience is that in Bulgaria we are a team of 3 people doing energy audits for buildings: architect or civil engineer, mechanical engineer, and electrical engineer. So for SRI indicator, it is good to this person to be a specialist in heating, ventilation, air conditioning. That means mechanical engineer or electrical engineer. These auditors work for this type of with these professions. Regarding the tutors in Bulgaria, were invited experts from the Ministry of Regional Development and also specialists in standardization and SRI application with experience in this area. So on the next slide, the toolkit, I could say that it's very user-friendly, and of course it was also translated into Bulgarian language to be convenient for the users. It's comfortable to use simple template for preparing the input data. We also studied these 54 intelligent technologies for managing the 9 building technical systems or domains. On the next slide, I will not give you many examples, but the conclusions are that it takes about 30 minutes to prepare the general data for the buildings, what are the available systems installations, and to insert this data for each building in the tool. As in the morning, Angel Nikolaev presented, the main buildings were for the office buildings, other non-residential buildings like schools, hospitals, etc. So regardless of the building type, we need this time for preparatory activities to use the tool, but this time is not much. On the next slide, Bulgaria, quite similarly to Greece and Romania, the focus is on the heating systems, the domain for heating, but also in the recent years we have also important issues regarding cooling, also domestic hot water preparation. Ventilation is for the buildings like hotels, hospitals, some administrative buildings, more than one have this domain. And also we have very few buildings, or I think no building with dynamic building envelope. A few of them have electric vehicle charging and control. But anyway, it is very user-friendly to select the domains and to do this evaluation. The estimated time is about 10 minutes per domain. Of course, this is after visiting the building, after doing or having the energy audit in front of us. So the main conclusions on the next slide are that quite similarly to the other countries, having energy performance certificate class A for buildings does not mean that the building is intelligent. That means that the building envelope is according to the with a very good thickness or something. The windows are good, but the focus is on the system is so far was not so stringent. Ambition or need for Bulgaria is to include also this SRI indicator in order to focus on.
Can you hear us, Zdravko? I think we lost you for a while.
This is also very important for the stepwise approach. When we start with renovation of building envelope and then upgrade of building systems in the next periods of next possibility for financing and improvement of the buildings. In the morning, Angel presented very well the scores of buildings.
I believe there is some.
So only in cases when we have heat pumps, this improved the indicator for the buildings. That means that in case of renovation of buildings, these measures should be definitely included into the plan for renovation and also evaluate possibilities to improve these smart readiness indicators. So yeah, this is the most important to buildings and building automation and to use indicator to promote and improve the systems in the buildings in Bulgaria. So that's in general. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much as well, Zdravko. Yeah, it's a shame that you couldn't join us in person here today, but we really appreciate that you could connect at least online and give us this very interesting presentation. So thank you once again.
Yeah.
And we will continue with Croatia. Croatian results will be presented by Milenko Jagarčec. I must admit I was practicing the pronunciation. I hope I didn't disappoint you.
Perfectly, thank you. Hello, everybody. I will, in few key points, and shortly represent our results in Croatia. In our training process, we have actually targeted the energy certificate auditors because they have most experience. We have trained 8 people internally in REGEA, in our regional energy agency. I'm one of them. And 16 external auditors that with which we have good experience. As far as the training process, I think that all of people here had more or less the same approach with the fundamentals, some policy framework, some work throughout the tool, and after that we did one case study together, some questions and answers, and after that they could try to see if they can do the analysis by themselves, of course. What we have here from our results, so we have been able to target 187 buildings. The good part is we work with local counties, and most of the buildings were non-residential, actually schools. As a consequence of that, our SRI score totally is, of course, relatively low, because schools are not really smart buildings, at least not in Croatia. Also, we have passed a few office buildings, some healthcare buildings, and some just to try one single family house. What we have found altogether, of course, that SRI score for all of the buildings is pretty low. Non-residential office buildings are usually in a better shape than the others. Educational have almost the lower score, although we did quite a bit of energy retrofitting in the previous years, but none of the smart technologies were mandatory in the energy retrofitting and were not financed or co-financed by our energy efficiency fund. So because of that, the buildings that have been energy retrofitted from, let's say, 2017 to the, let's say, last year, have been energy retrofitted very nice, very efficient, up to the energy class A, with good insulation, good windows, new heating systems, also the ventilation system with recuperation, but relatively sparse or almost no energy, almost no intelligent systems to integrate all that. What we can see also is the lack of the key technical domains, namely energy grid, electrical energy grid in Croatia does not support any smart communication from the consumer to the grid, unless you are really a big consumer. And big consumer would be really large factory or something like that. We are not in that, on that level. And also, we have almost completely absence of the building management systems. As we can see here, heating is the use of energy in the buildings, and that is the reason why we have also in the previous times the biggest impact, the biggest amount of retrofitting in this part, and also because of that, this domain has the best performance. Dynamic building envelope, electric vehicle charging, and BMS systems, really not so much, especially in the stock of buildings that we have chosen. When we see about the possible impact, what we are interested is, of course, energy efficiency and comfort. Maybe a little less on the maintenance, which is also one of the key points that we will try to engage in future, because we are at the moment in the process of energy retrofitting of the next batch of the schools. We have mandatory BMS systems in those schools. We have mandatory ventilation, and we have mandatory over 50% of renewables. So normally photovoltaics, normally heat pumps, and so on. So for all those functions, they have to be smart, they have to be integrated. And also the maintenance of these systems is expensive, especially if the people who are working in a school in maintaining of those systems are not educated enough. So let's say that this is one of the key points for the future for us. Okay. I think we said this one already. So for the conclusion, as we, as energy agency, are working mostly with the local authorities and mostly with the public buildings, the result from those SRI assessments is that public buildings, especially schools, need more systemic efforts, more digitalization, more automation. We have some of the beginnings of those projects already. We have put some sensors for the air quality, for the in some of the schools. One of those that are retrofitted and one that are not, so that we get the data, that we see the amount of CO2 in the building, the amount of dust, and so on. We need to present that so that we can get financing for the better systems in the future. And also, the second key point, we do have a lot of energy retrofitted buildings who are energy efficient. The fact that the building is energy efficient really does not correlate with SRI score. As a result of that, so our buildings perform relatively well in energy efficiency part, but not so much in the Smart Readiness Index. So much from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will move to Latvia. So I will hand over to Edgars Augustīns.
Yes. Thank you, Laura. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. Honored to be here. And I know it's late afternoon. We all are quite tired. I will be short down to the ground and specific, maybe be different than other auditors telling what happened and what is in Latvia. And in this case, we did a training. We involved energy auditors, energy managers, building maintenance guys, civil engineers, so that actually people who are responsible for so those buildings are in good, proper conditions, are aware of what's happening actually in our building stock. In this case, I'm really talking about Riga, a region, specifically capital city of Latvia, Riga, where we had a nice collaboration with the Riga Energy Agency, and we did 120 building assessments. Those are public buildings. As collaborating with other colleagues, majority of them are really linked with the educational system. So kids, those who actually goes to those premises and use those buildings, in the end, also maybe you noticed in the morning session that the results were presented from Latvia, that they are mostly affected with those low scores. We are talking about the comfort in the buildings. We are talking about air quality, temperature, and that's our future things to be considered in this case. But overall, so we had like 120 buildings, really variated in size, in envelope structure, in conditions. You see some historical buildings, some renovated, some old, really outdated buildings from Riga, and totally we visited almost 500,000 square meters of the buildings in Riga, which is I'm sure it's the quite significant number. And if you are looking from the building age, so it's also quite wide the range from historical one till the 2022, which still maybe could call as newly built, but still 22 years old. And the average year is 1957. And also the tiniest one was around 250 square meters, which is, I think, worth to mention. And yeah, we also classified them as renovated, not renovated. So with renovated, I mean, we just agreed that's that insulated facade for us. And there were cases that actually that's the only thing what has done in those buildings. So no other involvement in other, let's say, engineering systems of the building. And the results, surprisingly, so majority is the G class, and then there is F class and one outstanding E class, which I translate as actually the approach of auditor and the weight he applied actually to some sort of domain. And then in percentage, that's below 20 around. I guess we had like around 18% of Smart Readiness Indicator for our buildings. And now the reality, the pictures from the buildings, and usually that's the common case. So in Latvian case, buildings are mostly connected to the DC heating system. So elephant in the room in those buildings is the heat consumption, and that's the thing. And this is the heart. And this is the heart which actually controls the building's condition, the temperature, and which is equipped with the outside temperature sensor, which change the flow temperature of the system. And then there is these management systems of the heat substation metering. Most of them are with the smart metering. So there is X hour data available in the capital city of Riga, which is compared to other municipality buildings in other regions, something unusual. Ready the old one till new one, equipped with the thermostatic valves, smart one, manual ones, and that's the reality of the heating system, which actually provides most important the heat in the building. The other domain which we looked was really common is the ventilation, and for the ventilation, I would say we are still in baby pants. So some of the buildings have centralized, the majority of the buildings have zoned the ventilation system. I mean, that's like there is a school and then there is sport hall that is equipped with the ventilation system, usually really primitive one on off, and then remaining classes actually are without mechanical ventilation system, where the need are the highest. And then of course some local recuperators are being used in the kindergartens. Other thing, the main is the hot water. So we consume hot water. Majority of those buildings also receives and prepares hot water in that substation. So there is different separated loop for that, controlled with the same controlling device in the substation. There were several cases when we just use remote electrical on boilers for the hot water preparation. But the problem is usually that the hot water is not being accounted. It's just provided, but no one actually follows up the consumption, etc. Electricity connection to the grid, that's I think we are good in this point, because 99% of the buildings are equipped with the smart meters. The main electricity meter is smart one, so the users can really engage and see what's the patterns of the electricity usage. And then also when it comes up in future, the photovoltaics, the batteries, those smart meters are the perfect to engage with the grid. But still that potential is zero at the moment, because I think we had like one building with the photovoltaics. And then there are cases where the local heat is being produced with a gas boiler, with a pellet boiler, and some solar collectors are being used for hot water production in one kindergarten. These devices actually are a bit advanced compared maybe some just the DC heating system, because they do have like controllers smart enough to act on also on the demand response, and usually the responsible person is more engaged to interact with that device because that's his responsibility, not the heating substation. Yeah, and lightning on off, that's the thing. nothing super surprising, and there were no specific cases on that. That's shortly from Latvia and guidance through our building stock. So SRI helps us to understand where we are, and we can get smarter for sure. That's the conclusion. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I like the last sentence. And we are also interested in the situation in Spain. So over to you, Javier.
Thank you. First of all, I want to use this space and this time to say thank you. Thank you to Laura to make it happen and for this amazing event. And once we have only 3 weeks before the end of the project, thank you to Martina for guiding us during the whole project. And well, only 3 weeks. Thank you. It's quite difficult to say anything different if you are the CID here, so I try to be brief and try to highlight the main important things. First of all, I try to start with the training process, the toolkit use, and then the proper assessment. Regarding the training process, the acceptance is good. The people that are training has a good acceptance, but the main important thing is we have an under expectation participation, because at the end, the people that trying to train here, the people that are interested in this certification in the SRI, they say, okay, it's interesting and useful, but now it's not mandatory. So we must push not only in our level, in the lowest level, in order to engage the people in that kind of solution. The people that participate in the training has a good opinion, but we need to have more people to participate in this kind of training. This is our experience. The second part about the toolkit, thanks again to NTU team, because the toolkit is quite easy to use, so it's user-friendly. We don't have any problems with that. It's true that we need improvement, more when you are using the toolkit a lot of time, so at the end you are thinking about minor specific changes, but the toolkit is quite good. And this is one important thing that I want to highlight is the data introducing timing. Why? Because if you have all the data, probably you make the assessment in a few minutes. But the problem is to have the data. There are specific static data that you must to collect in terms of the square meters, in terms of where is located the building, instead of the schemas, and it's not easy to have this kind of data. And the other part of the data, you must to collect on site. You must to visit this building, trying to check if this pump has a variable system or not, trying to check if the control system is working or not, because the schema says one thing, and at the end, the real life says another thing. So the main problem is the timing. So we try to solve this with a tablet, trying to introduce on site, but it happens that we use a notebook and then came back to the office and make again the data. So the main problem here to make a good assessment is the data, how to collect that. So be careful with this advice, and it's not easy. Regarding the skills, some of our previous colleagues say the same. Probably the engineers' skills are more than enough to say that, but you must to have skills in the operation and maintenance of those buildings, because probably you could understand what happened in a schema, what happened in the installation, but you need to know how you are managing this building. How is the percentage of the heating and how is the percentage of the cooling system and so on. So this is more or less our advice about the assessment. And then regarding the specific assessment, we deploy 200.5 buildings, assessment in buildings in Spain. We try to assess the whole typology, the A typology. We have a huge number, so at the end we try to use all of the topologies, and 13 auditors developed this building. It's true that small multifamily houses, we are only make 3 assessment, but at the end we want to include that. It is not a reference in our market, but we want to include this kind of buildings. And we have only 4 offices in our scope, because other partners has a huge number of that. So we consider that it's more profitable to use the educational healthcare mainly, but it's quite common, and multifamily buildings in the part of the residential buildings. Okay, regarding the score, is to that we have a huge number of buildings, but more or less the same situation appears in all of the regions of Spain. So we have an average of 26% of SRI score. Depends of the type of the buildings. Our highest score is in single family, because the single family are newest than the other ones, so they trying to include new smart systems. So more or less is clear. And we evaluate this small multifamily building that is not common. We are talking about buildings for 12 or 20 dwellings, so very small, and they are very old. So this is the idea that we have the lowest score here. But regarding the healthcare, the non-residential offices, the educational are more or less the same. So the idea is that we have this score. Our class is the F. F is the SRI mode class. We trying to find some specific buildings with a score over the E, and it's quite difficult. So we're trying to make a picture that try to show our reality. If we are trying to look for, probably we find that, but it's not the main idea of the country. So this is the main idea of the country. Regarding the domains, more or less the same comment that the other countries. Is not possible to have a good score in the law because it doesn't exist, and it's not possible to have a very high electrical buyer charging, because in Spain the electrical vehicle charging devices is not common that are inside the buildings. It's true that exist, but the main charging devices are on the street or in certain public buildings, so it's quite difficult to have a high score there. And another question is about the cooling and ventilation. George said in the first presentation about the cooling. It's true that we are in the southern country, but it's not common to have the cooling system because the main idea of the cooling system is related with the healthcare buildings or with the hotels, offices, buildings, and so on. But in the residential area, it's not common because the newest building trying to introduce that, but the main residential buildings that appear in Spain that comes from the 80s and the 90s, they consider that the important thing is the heating system or domestic hot water, but not the cooling system. So it's quite interesting. And the ventilation comes from the non-residential buildings, and the residential buildings is not common. It's a single family building that has that, because it's built by the passive house idea. So it's not common. So thanks for that. And regarding the impact scores, we have more or less an homogeneous score, and it's quite important the low energy flexibility and storage. The main problem is the energy flexibility. We don't talk about the last week blackout, but the energy flexibility is not common. If you have a CHP regarding the healthcare system or some specific office, you could have the connection, but it's not common because it doesn't exist. But regarding the storage, remember that the storage is electrical storage or thermal storage. The thermal storage is present in some building regarding the biomass system, regarding the high inertial system. So we have that, but the battery is not in the electricity market in Spain. It's not useful to have that. We are not the Netherlands, but probably in the future, regarding the last week event, we're going to think about that. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier. We have 2 countries to go. The first one will be Czech Republic, and this country will be presented by Petr Chmel.
Good afternoon. Many have been said already, and I agree with all of that. So I will express some findings from Czech Republic. Okay, so training, as in other countries, was well organized. We have a step-by-step assessment. Example, we get all the materials in the Czech, and what was important, especially for me and for my praxis, was online support from Michal Stasha as a leader for Czech Republic. We made 160 assessment, and we saw that for almost the same buildings, there are different in score. So we look at it closer, and we find a different approach of auditors. In Czech Republic, the auditors has to be certified by the Ministry of Industry and Trade. And they need to be engineers. They need to have a master degree from a technical university. Typically, it's a faculty of civil engineering, mechanical engineering, or electric engineering. So the auditors are well trained and educated, but intelligent control systems are quite new and specific areas. So not all auditors are properly trained in this field, and that's a place for some future training. This training could be done during the mandatory education of the energy experts in Czech Republic. Every auditor needs to get 18 credits for some education, so it could be part of the training. And we see also different approach of the auditor. So for example, some auditor see the system in level 1, but another would put it into level 2. So again, some future education, some together training for the auditors would be beneficial. We have 160 buildings, including schools, apartment buildings, houses, commercial building. Both really old buildings from 19th century, even older, or brand new building with a full technology and the building management system. There were buildings with basic heating, domestic hot water lighting, so like standard house or school. And we have in the sample also building with, let's say, full HVAC, with mechanical ventilation, cooling, including free cooling, humidification, building management system, and so on. And as you can see, our SRI score distribution was from 15.3 to 42.6%. The highest point of the Gauss had was 43% almost. So you can see that, 21%. So the distribution was moved to the lower score because the majority of the building has a lower SRI score. And brand new building, it was really, they left only the wall to the street, and the rest of the building was completely new with all the system you can imagine, reach only 43%. So it's quite confusing. So about the assessment, definition of service and function level, sometimes not generally the levels not cover all the potential system what could be in the building. Also, we found some services which are not covered, as was mentioned before, are not covered with the tool. For example, there is for heating, there is a control of all building, or individual room control. But we found also control by floor or by building orientation, typically from south to north or west and east. So there are more possibilities, and it's hard to find the level or the service. Sometimes not quite clear if the service needs to be assessed, and as I mentioned, the high integrated building with all the systems and sensors has a quite low score. It's the motivation, and also it's difficult to understand for the building owner. For example, we have a building with a score of 15%, but there was a ideal thermal comfort in the building. So it doesn't correspond with the control system. If we have only 15, but the building works as it should, so there is it's ambivalent. And again, it's hard to explain why they're building with the perfect temperature, which corresponds with all standards, why there is only 15% for the control. We don't have energy flexibility in the Czech Republic yet. We are still talking about it on the government level. So for us, the maximum, theoretical maximum is 66% because the flexibility is gone. And without photovoltaic, for example, the building I mentioned before, the roof was full of a cooling system. So there was no space for photovoltaics. We are losing the score in it. And we found some minor problems to translate the description, which was for some service and level, which was slightly general, to the Czech system or to Czech technical language, but it's a more or less detail. About the toolkit, as been said, the toolkit is user-friendly. Some maybe problems with translation, sometimes unavailable, more or less the connection problem. For what is important for me, that you cannot edit it after saving. This was quite a big problem because we get some information about the building later and we cannot change it done again and again, or if somebody missed something. So this was not that user-friendly. And as was mentioned also before, more service should be included. For example, humidification. Humidification has high energy consumption, but it's not covered in it. Also, air filtration with filter clogging indicators and other things. So that's for me. If you have a question, so I will be here around later.
No problem. Many thanks, Peter, and thanks also for the feedback on the toolkit. And last but not least, we will hear a presentation from Elisabeth Thieu about the Austrian case.
Yes, so as she said, my name's Elizabeth, and I will be presenting some of the assessment insights from Austria. Yeah, so you've already heard quite a bit about the training process, so I'll make this part a bit short. Yeah, it was an online training platform with a modular structure that incorporated real-world examples. And it had an initial orientation and was also followed up with an assessment. So as you can see here on the right were 10 of the audited buildings with their addresses and corresponding SRI scores. The scores ranged from 13 to 54.4 with an average of 24.3. A majority of them unfortunately scored below 25. One that scores 54.4. This is a bit of an example of it's newly renovated and an example of how Austria or Vienna wants to move forward with their other renovations. Unfortunately, none of the buildings had full grid integration or demand response readiness. And a lot of the buildings had low scores due to basic systems without smart control and a lack of automation and integration. So 9 of the technical domains were evaluated, with heating being the most developed domain, and it was present in all of the buildings. It consisted of a siloed operation, and it lacked centralized or predictive control. And it did consist mostly of room thermostats, but these unfortunately were not really smart in a system-wide sense. For the domestic hot water domain, it was often separate without any smart control, but they did score higher when integrating heat pumps. For the cooling domain, this one was quite low for us because unfortunately in Austria, there are not many cooling systems. So mostly this was absent, although there were a few split units. But with the split units, they were limited in smart control or coordination, although the building that scored did have an advanced smart control via BMS. The ventilation domain had a bit of a mixed presence. Some were fully manual, while others were partially automated. The higher performers used demand-controlled ventilation, though there were a low use of sensors, scheduling, or zonal control. For the lighting domain, most sites, as with other countries, it consisted mainly of manual on or off switch or a timer-based system. Some had more of a use occupancy sensors or daylight harvesting, although this was rarely integrated into the BMS. For the dynamic envelope, we did have some buildings with this present, although many did not have it present. Where it was present, it was more manual blinds or basic schedules, although we did have, obviously, the higher scored one had a sensor-based solar tracking. For electricity, this was obviously incorporated in all of our buildings, although most of them were only passive grid consumers. Although we did have the one building with photovoltaics and a possible storage option. Unfortunately, there was no load management or demand response. EV charging also, like several of the other countries, is not integrated yet into the buildings, though we do expect the Austrian building regulations to set a mandatory requirement in the future. As for the final domain, the monitoring and control, most systems were either fragmented or standalone. And then one building did actually show a real BMS integration. Unfortunately, it was lacking central control, analytics, and remote access. As for the auditing process, I would say it was overall successful. The toolkit, as others have said, enables a structured data entry and consistent evaluation, which was very nice. And the modular approach allowed for a step-by-step focus on each domain. What really helped was the engaged staff and helpful facility managers when they provided all of the information that was needed. And also if the information was provided in a format that was similar to what needed to be input into the toolkit. We also discovered through this process that many of the new buildings with an existing building automated control system often had well-documented BMS. We also discovered that there was a lot of hidden potential because several of the buildings did have the basic setups and the option for smart incorporation, but chose not to use it because either the building manager thought it was too much of a hassle, or the tenants wouldn't understand how to use it properly. And so we can see from this that there is quite the opportunity to raise awareness about the value of smart upgrades. There were several on-site challenges. Like others had mentioned as well, there were missing specs from the documents, which meant that we had to reach out again to the building managers, and this just made the process a lot longer than it needed to be. And yeah, SRI was mostly unknown and did require quite a bit of explanation. There was also the time investment just from the on-site walkthroughs and the info gathering, and there was also a very limited presence of incentives or mandatory SRI requirements. In conclusion, we do expect to see improved future scores, such as with the UV infrastructure, and we expect this to be driven by market developments or regulatory frameworks. We saw that smart systems are underused despite the presence of basic tech. And actually, you can see here in this graph, this is given typically when you input your information into the toolkit. The orange line is for the users, the blue for the buildings, and the green for the grid. And each of these is for the buildings that I audited. And the score, the SRI score, is an average of these. And so as you can see, this really highlights the lack or low grid connectivity, which is why a lot of the scores were lower than they needed to be. And I think overall, this just showed that we need to raise awareness on control and smartness gaps. And we can also focus on modular realistic upgrades per domain, which will help to increase the SRI scores while also not requiring the building managers to spend so much money. That's all.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And once again, thank you very much to all the SRI auditors for these presentations and also for joining us here today for the final SRI-ENACT conference. We are approaching the end of the event, but before that, I would just like to give the floor to our project coordinator, Stamati Arizu.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks again to all the auditors that came here to share their experiences. I think it's very valuable to see how this work was done. It was a lot of work to have these 8 pilot countries. So many thanks, and to the whole team, and also to you, Laura, for hosting this event. I would like now in this final stage to invite also our project officer, Ulrike Nussele, to also make a final word from her side. So please.
Thanks. Thanks, Martina. But don't worry, this looks like a presentation, but it's not a presentation. And I anyway plan to be very brief, and I think I will be even more brief than that. I stay for the moment just with this slide because it says turning policy into action, and this is really the summary of what we're trying to do under our program. So, and I think it's fair to say that SRI-ENACT has been a shining, not only an example, but a shining example for that. And really, I'm very happy to have the honor to wrap up this long and very productive day, not only the afternoon, but also the morning. And I think SRI-ENACT is also exemplary for a project that is so serious and so committed, and I've started to appreciate it right from the beginning, really. Not only Martina, but you're an exemplary coordinator for me as well. I cannot really judge whether that is also towards you, but I'm sure it is. But also the project team, really, with the commitment that you've shown, the seriousness, and also the wealth of things, and you really could see it in this of things that you've been produced and tried out and practiced is really amazing. And you always feel if a team only does what is written in the contract, or whether the team is really also prepared to go beyond this because they want to have a real impact. And I think that's absolutely the case. And this is also the experience that we had inside the cluster, the SRI cluster, that this project was immediately happy to take up new responsibilities that go beyond the contract. And many thanks also for this to all of you, actually. So now I'm going to skip this, because this is just, photos being taken. But this just summarizes what our program is about, turning policy into action. Our program was designed to help implement policy, and mainly policy that has been put in place at the European level to foster the clean energy transition. And that was the slide that I also wanted, that I showed at the USEF last year, but that just summarizes a bit of what our projects, our program, but also then our projects try to do to help implement buildings policies. But I'm skipping now to go a bit into the detail and come to this slide, which should summarize a bit how SRI-ENACT really helped implement our buildings policies and our program. And just to, I don't want to read the slide, but to summarize. So in my view, that's how I perceive it, SRI-ENACT has helped understand the SRI regulatory framework in the participating countries, but also beyond. And I think you've provided a very systematic, nice analysis of the regulatory frameworks. It has improved and refined the reliability of the SRI and the SRI assessment. I think that's really at the very core of this project. It has supported the SRI testing phase in, mainly 2 countries, Greece and Bulgaria, but beyond also in Spain, Czech Republic, and Croatia. And thus it has also really contributed to the rollout of the SRI. It has contributed to better methodologies for collecting and analyzing data, and in this way also improved the consistency of data. This is a side effect of what you have been doing in SRI-ENACT. You have developed training schemes for assessors and have enhanced also to improve digital skills, which is really, really needed these days. And I also come back to what I wrote down the name, Ilkwars said. You have identified sources of financing and relevant business models for the rolling out of the SRI. I'm personally super interested in that as well. I think it's a huge challenge for the future. Also, what you mentioned about ESCOs, and that ESCOs should not only roll out energy efficiency solutions, but also smart solutions. So, I mean, I hope I have been summing up a bit what, in my view, how you have directly contributed to policy implementation. And before I come to the last slide, that is just a promotional slide, I also think that in the future, what I still see as a challenge is that we can roll out together energy efficiency and digitalization, so that this is not an antagonism, but it has to go hand in hand. Energy efficiency and digitalization, but also energy efficiency and flexibility, because this is something that needs to come, not only because what happened in Spain, it's happening everywhere, and we need to roll out. I've been working on this for forever, to trying to combine those 2 business cases with smart services. It's not obvious, but it will need to work, and it will work, I'm sure. So, and what I also think is what a challenge we have been discussing a lot today. There's so much coordination across these SRI projects and the platform, which is great and which is exemplary, and which we don't have for other projects, but it's still not enough. It's still not enough because you still have tools, super tools, amazing tools. We have seen so many great things, but what is needed is really that it's there and that you get some type of endorsement from the national authorities, from the regional authorities, so that people that use your tool can be sure that the results are being recognized as valid. So this is still the step, I guess, that has to be done. And I also hope that this clustering of activities goes on. We have to find a way to make that even more structured, and to make sure that market stakeholders and policy stakeholders will take up your results, will endorse your results. And we all have to work on this. Last slide, that's a promotion. So call 25 was just published 2 weeks ago. We will have an info day next week. So if you're interested or even interested to have follow-up projects, please have a look. I give you a tip. You should look close. I dropped that slide because I thought that Pierre-Antoine would present it, but in the end, obviously hasn't this morning. So have a look at the topic Betareno, which is mainly about, it's deep renovation, but it's also about data, services, and building policy instruments, mainly about EPCs, but also integration, EPCs, SRIs, renovation passports, logbooks. So have a look at this. I'm sure there's plenty of interesting stuff for you. So have a look, and as I said, next week there will be an info day, partly pre-recorded, partly live. And I think that's it. Thank you very much. You're a great team, and I've really enjoyed working with you. I know I was not very present all the time, but to me, it was always a pleasure to work with you as a team and with you as Martina and with you also, Laura. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
From my point of view, it was also very productive that we have this cluster from the very beginning with our sister project, and it helped also, I think, from the European Commission side to somehow monitor what is happening in the project, but also for us to join forces and have more effective results at the end. So thank you. I think, yes, I give back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so just to close the event, I want to thank you once again for attending this event. It's great to see the whole community meeting together and connecting. I hope you enjoyed the day, and I wish you a very good rest of the day. Thank you very much.